Suavemente, bésame, que quiero sentir tus labios besándome otra vez. Suavemente, bésame, que quiero sentir tus labios besándome otra vez. Suave, bésame, bésame, suave, bésame otra vez. Suave, yo quiero sentir tus labios suave, besándome otra vez. Suave, besa, besa, suave, bésame un poquito. Suave, besa, 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 suave, bésame otro ratito. Suave. Pequeña, échate pa' acá. Cuando tú me besas, me siento en el aire. Por eso cuando te veo, comienzo a besarte. Y si te despegas, yo me despierto de ese rico sueño que me dan tus besos suavemente. Bésame, que yo quiero sentir tus labios besándome otra vez suavemente. Ese coro, bésame, es la cosa. Yo quiero sentir tus labios besándome otra vez. Bésame suavecito, sin prisa y con calma. Dame un beso bien profundo que me llega al alma. Dame un beso más, en mi boca cabe. Dame un beso despacito, dame un beso suave, suavemente. Bésame, que yo quiero sentir tus labios besándome otra vez suavemente. Ese coro, bésame, es la cosa. Yo quiero sentir tus labios besándome otra vez. Suaves labios tienen, suave ese secreto, suave lo beso y beso, suave y no lo encuentro, suave un beso suave, suave es lo que anhelo, suave un beso tuyo, suave es lo que quiero, suave, dámelo. Suave, yo me pregunto, suave, tienen tus besos, suave, trato de escaparme, suave, y me siento preso, suave, besa, besa, bésame un poquito, suave, besa, 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 bésame otro ratito, suave, dame.
Rico, suave, rico, suave.
Seguro que han oído que yo soy educado. Soy un caballerito, un chico bien portado, un joven responsable y siempre bien vestido. Yo no sé quién ha mentido. I don't drink or smoke and into dope when I know coke. You ask me how do I do it, I cope. My only addiction has to do with the female species. I eat them raw like sushi. No me gusta interno, mi estilo es moderno. Si me interno, yo me enfermo. Mi apariencia es dura, vivo en la locura. The price you pay for being a gigolo.
Rico, suave, rico, suave.
I bet it's not a woman that can handle a man like me. That's why I juggle 2 or 3. I ain't wanna commit. You can omit that.
Me llamo Jimmy. And Into the Microcosm is on the air. That's right.
Appetito, como un llanto o un grito. So again,
And it only means one thing. And we're getting into it tonight, man. I'm telling you right now. We're going to get into extreme yoga. Get into the deep stretching and fine tune your chi. That's right.
Rico, suave,
Con las nuevas bolsas Glad con Clorox, todo está bajo...
Try to do what those ladies tell us. Get shot down cause you're overzealous. Play hard to get females, get jealous. Okay, smarty, go to a party. Girls are scantily clad and showing body. A chick walks by, you wish you could sex her, but you're standing on the wall like you was Poindexter. Next day's function, high class luncheon. Food is served and you're stone cold munching. Music comes on, people start to dance, but then you ate so much you nearly split your pants. A girl starts walking, guys start gawking. Sits down next to you and starts talking. Says she wanna dance cause she likes the groove. So come on, fatso, and just bust the move.
Who could have known that extra love could add extra pounds?
Just bust the move. You're on a mission and you're wishing someone could cure your lonely condition.
Hey, man, what's up, man? You nasty Ness?
Yeah, man. How can I help you this afternoon?
Hey, check this out. My name is Sir Mix. I got this jam Posse on Broadway from my LP Swats, man.
Sir Mix-a-Lot, huh? I'm sorry, gentlemen. We don't play rap music here. We play real music. You have to take your record.
My posse's on Broadway. My posse's on Broadway.
Me and Kid Sensation at home away from home in the black Benz limo with the cellular phone. I'm calling up the posse. It's time to get to ripping.
Visual and easy to master.
Everybody's looking. If you're jealous, turn around. The AMG kick keeps us closer to the ground. We're getting good grip from the 50 series tires. The Alpine's bumping, but I need the volume higher. Cause the 808 kick drum makes the girlies get dumb. We're rolling Rainier and the jealous wanna get some. Every time we do this, sucker MCs wanna battle. I'm the man they love to hate, the J.R. Ewing of Seattle. Picked up the posse on 23rd and Jackson, heading for the strip. Yes, we're looking for some action. The limo's kinda crowded, the whole car was leaning back. Maharaji's watching TV with two girlies on his lap. On Martin Luther King.
I remember parties out in the park with the girlies, rubbing up in the dark. I was smooth till someone pulled the gun. It was over. They spoiled my fun. I was flying just like a track star, dying. Nah, I ran through the backyard trying to get in my building, saying, why in the heck won't somebody kill them one day? The fellas got together. They vowed that no one would ever come in our block and terrorize us. The gangs that used to do it, now they idolize the guns. We don't like to use them unless our enemies choose them. We prefer to fight you all like a man and beat you down with our hands and body slam you at the Wild Wild West. The Wild Wild West. The Wild Wild West.
That's right. We're going to be talking about yoga. Is it evil? I don't know. But I have some video. We'll take a look at it. Mr. Randy Hansen performing Jimi Hendrix Machine Gun. I've seen Randy do that show. Yeah, I've seen it a few times. I'm going to say hi to everybody. What's up, Patricia? What's up, Marty? It's good to see you. What's up, Patricia? Bet. John. Mojo Palms. What's up, Lance? Yo, monkey. You know how, Lance, you went silent after I said, why don't you invite us over to your giant estate over on the islands? How you notice how, you know how Lance went silent? That's because I hit him right there, man. He does have a giant estate. He's some rich cat. He likes to drink cocktails and come over here and bust my balls. Which I don't mind, you know. But at least, you know, if you got a nice spot, man, why don't you share? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Send your Learjet over to San Jose Airport, bro. I'll come over there. I'll bring you a present. I'll bring you a good, nice guitar. You can have it for the rest of your life. That's right. You know what I'm saying, Lance? Because I come bearing gifts, man. You come bearing pain and insults.
Got you, dog on the floor like you know you never done before. How could a brother be so hardcore and still keep you on the floor like a maniac? That's your question? Well, I'ma answer that. I'm on the mic tonight. I'm here to do it right. Ice, the capital T, airtight. Coolest of the cool. I'm back on a mission. Step to me, fool. You're missing. Mine is gone. Pow. You're out of here. This ain't no game to me. This is my career. Throw me a mic. Plug it in. Bet. I won't be happy till the dance floor's wet. I ain't no rookie. I'm a microphone vet. Evil Lee's on the set. Hit the deck. Easy on the button. and the DJ evilly, dogging the deck like it's never been done before. You had enough? More! Here we go. I'm about to blow up. Don't you dare bite my rhymes and make it throw up. Poison soaked in an acid bath. Swallow one word, your throat will need a skin graft. Toss it up. Why the DJ on this evil cut? You wanna know what's happening? What? The beat become a soul. I'm going out of control. Look at my face as my eyeballs roll. Back in my head and the mic glows red. Step in my face and you'll wind up dead. Yo, thanks. I needed that. I was possessed by this treacherous track. Watch out. This ain't no joke. A sucker tried to flex and his arm got broke. Don't make a move that you'll regret. Evil E's on the set. Hit the deck. You start to think and wonder about how it's done.
An MC, maybe I could do it.
Drop the thought, get a job, change your mind. Be a dope MC takes time. 8 years.
Buckethead.
Google search of Buckethead en masse will have eventually seen images like these, which appear to show Buckethead with the likes of Joe Satriani, Steve Vai, Paul Gilbert and Sean Lane. At first glance, it's easy to see why people would assume it's Buckethead. He's tall, has long hair, and is with former teacher Paul Gilbert, as well as friend and mentor the late Sean Lane. However, the person in these photos is called Stéphane Hulot, also known as Fanalo, a guitar player from France. He mentions about being a Buckethead doppelganger on his website, stating, "I am currently getting 3 to 4 emails a month from some of our American friends asking to confess that I am Buckethead. I can answer no, but some will reply with photo evidence that I am. So okay guys, you won, I'm Buckethead." And of course he's being sarcastic, just like on his homepage where he says, "I am Bumblefoot." This is a guitar lesson Finalo gave for BenNote.com. Most Buckethead fans will notice that the style, finger positioning, especially the pinky finger, and pick position are really different to Buckethead's. Even more revealing is that Finalo doesn't have the vein. Whilst Finalo's right hand is pretty veiny, it's not the signature worm-sized vein that Buckethead fans know to look out for. So, whilst it's fun to imagine Buckethead jumping on a plane, flying to Paris on weekends and speaking French, this is not Buckethead Unmasked.
With GoToConnect, you can connect how you want, even like this.
It's not Buckethead because you don't see the vein. That's right. The vein is key to sussing out who is and who is not Buckethead. Hi, Jenny. I see you, but I'm way behind in this chat. Are you guys on live chat? I don't know if I'm on live. I think I'm on live chat. I'm hoping I am. So it looks like there's 10 people kicking back, and that's good. So I'm about to play some Buckethead before we get into this yoga. This deep stretching and yoga. And is it evil or is it not? That's the question. And I'm gonna be leaning on you guys here in the chat to tell me, exactly. We're gonna take a look at some of this yoga that everybody's talking about. I keep hearing about yoga. Everywhere I go, I'm hearing about yoga. Everywhere I go, women, every single woman I see in public, she's got a mask on and she's wearing yoga pants. It's like everybody's going to yoga class, and I know I'm like the last person on earth to consider yoga, but I became aware of this particular yoga instructor. Her name's Penelope, and I would say that she's definitely what you would call an adept. In other words, she is a master at her studies and her art, and her deep stretching is beyond description. And we're going to get into some of that, and I don't want to tease it out too much, but because I want to show you some Buckethead. Now, I have not listened to this audio on this song here. So if it's shite, don't worry, because I'll immediately be looking for something else. So don't worry about it. I'll cut off the shite before the shite gets too thick. If it sounds bad. If it sounds good, we will ride this out for its entirety. Okay? So we're taking a chance. We're rolling the dice, as it was. That's not what we do on What the Fuck Wednesday night, is roll the dice. And you know it's What the Fuck Wednesday night. Why? Because the What the Fuck parrot is right there. It's getting ready to swoop. So, let's try and see what we can do. Let's see if this Buckethead is going to fly. You know I'm a stickler for these audio that comes out. So here we go. Hold on. All right, here we go. So there's Buckethead going extreme with Smooth Criminal, Governor's Island, New York City, 9/26/09. See, the thing is, Buckethead, he just shows up and then he just plays. Do you want to see one of the most emotional? I've seen this before. Soothsayer. It's one of the best versions of it. I've seen it. I just don't know if you guys are into the to the Buckethead before we get into this yoga piece that we're gonna get into. You know what? Let's not do that. Let's do this. Now, so his Aunt Susie, she gave him his first guitar that he ever had. And when she died, he wrote her this song right here. This is, here. Aunt Susie. Okay? You're gonna be blown away about how much music Buckethead has made. I know he's getting ready to die too. He's got a disease, and I know he cranked this music out just nonstop, man. So there'd be something left behind. So he's an absolutely genius artist. And the thing was, you know, when he was playing guitar with Guns N' Roses, I didn't like him. So just because he wore that Kentucky Fried Chicken bucket on his head, and he had that mask on, and I just completely didn't even listen to his guitar playing, because immediately when I saw that shit, I was like, what the fuck is this? No, I'm sorry, man, this ain't Guns N' Roses. I mean, it was kind of like that, you know. It's not Slash. And like, who's this dude with a bucket on his head and all that? So I just kind of like, I just tossed him out, and then one day I just started looking at it. I just, for whatever reason, I don't know what it was, but I listened to some of his solo material, because he has a bunch of albums. They're all instrumentals, no vocals whatsoever. I'll show you some of the good ones. I mean, different styles of music. I mean, literally, he's written, you know, unbelievable amount of music. Hey, Smurfer. Good to see you. And, so yeah, man. Get to know Buckethead. Seriously. It's super dramatic, too. All of it. It's really emotional, and the fact is, he's a maestro. And thing is, man, nowadays, if you play guitar or whatever, you write music. Here. Here, I'm just gonna go back. Look, if you're Buckethead, you know, and just now listen. Just want to say, so when you're hearing his music, this is the song he wrote to express his love for his aunt that gave him his first guitar. So knowing that, I mean, even if you didn't know that, it's a beautiful song. But the thing is that he can be this way or he could be that way, and he's just an absolute genius, man. So here we go. What I was gonna say before is, you can be there by yourself, and he's got drums, and he's got, you know, he can just play himself a rhythm, and then he can just sit there and play lead on him all over it. He could just express himself, and so because of the advantage of the technology that we have now, he could just bust out these records, man, and these different albums, these soundscapes is what I call them. I really appreciate his music, and I mean, if you're a creative person, you can find different mood structures throughout his collection of music that'll fit whatever you're doing. So, like, you know, you're painting a picture. I mean, you're painting a painting. You know, there's a lot of emotional material for you to really, you know, strike your canvas with colors and stuff, because, you know, like I said, these are intense, mathematical genius soundscapes going on here. Buckethead. So we'll go here now. Okay, this one's called hold on a second.
More often, the easy path.
These fucks. These commercials, man. It's like when you used to have TV with antennas. It's like, and you tune it in, and there'd be like this snow and shit. It would just come in. There'd be commercials like every 3 seconds. You know? That's what it's like on YouTube now. Every 3 seconds there's a commercial. You're at the gym, John? Well, drop down and give me 20, boy. And then I want you to do some 21s. You know what 21s are? If you don't know what 21s are, say in the chat, I don't know what 21s are, and I'll tell you. I'll bust your arm. I'll make your arms so big, you'll be snapping pencils when you're reaching for your coffee, man. All right, hold on. Here we go. Ready? Here comes Padmasna. Oh, man. See, I was typing in the chat, and I did something to make it stop. I don't know what I did, but I'm going to put it back. Let me undo whatever it was I did. What happened? All right, yeah, now here comes another one now. So, okay, this one's called Earth Heals Itself. Here it goes. That was Earth Heals Itself. Now, here's another one. Okay. Here comes Buckethead, Too Many Humans. Now, listen. Don't be fooled because I'm playing you a certain aspect of Buckethead. But don't think you have Buckethead figured out yet, because let me tell you something. Buckethead is one of the hardest, fastest guitar players. And when he starts to get heavy and hard, it goes off, man. I'm telling you right now, it is heavier than shit. It is heavy as it gets. It's evil, man. It's right. It's right, man. We're gonna get into that too. You guys are gonna seriously. I shit you not. I wouldn't drag it out like this. I swear to God, you're literally gonna be blown away when I show you this video. It's like after we're done, I'm gonna have to restrict this shit to over 18 and over, because we're gonna have to look at it. You guys are, you guys are gonna have to be my judges. Hey, Algo, what's going on, man? And you are welcome to join me, dude. I'll call you on Skype if you want to. So we're talking about Buckethead right now. So Buckethead, and the reason I'm talking about him is not just because he's great, but I just have a feeling Buckethead is going to be, I don't know how much longer Buckethead's going to be with us, man. You know? So, but anyway, the thing about, I'll just tell you that most of the music that I've written on that's available on the internet, there's no vocals. It's all instrumentals. And the one thing that I learned about it, because I don't promote my music at all, so people who find it on SoundCloud or whatever, it has nothing to do with me. It doesn't say my name on it. Nobody knows it's me. It's just the name of my project that's up there. And so the point is that I noticed that there was a distinct difference, because since it's an instrumental song, I can make it up. I can make up the name of whatever it is that I want it to be. In other words, the song doesn't have to be the chorus that you hear over and over and over and over again, right? It can be whatever you want. So obviously I wrote a bunch of instrumentals, and so I'd put the thing up there as one name, and it wouldn't get any attention or whatever, or no one would like it or whatever. No one would even listen to it. And then I'd change the name of the song, and the name that I would change it to, would have to do with the emotional, quality of the song, whatever's going on in the song. And because it's like you're setting the expectation of the imagination of the listener by whatever the name of the song is. And so a lot of his titles of his songs, he's you can tell he's definitely somebody that has his eye on what's going on. And so a lot of his titles of his songs are interesting. And so here's another one, Too Many Humans. Buckethead. Too many humans. So, hey, man, everybody is ripping in the chat. What's up, Smurfer? Gerald Dirt was streaming. She said earlier. So, yeah, man. Algorithm, are you there? I hear you in the distance.
I'm here, my friend. How are you?
I'm good. Let me get you dialed in here. So,
yeah, check 1 2. Test.
Yeah, let me get you, because I got music playing and stuff, and I got to get you mixed down for you. First of all, let's chill, Buckethead. Now, let me hear you again.
Check 1 2. How are you, Jimmy?
Yeah, I'm pretty good. You sound good now. So, but I'll have to chill you when I play this next clip that's coming up. So, are you familiar with Buckethead?
You know, I do remember Buckethead, and I want to say from like '94. Is that right?
Well, you know, he you know, when Guns N' Roses broke up or whatever, you know, they went on and he played guitar for a bit. And so, like I was saying earlier, I didn't like him. And I didn't think he was like, you know, I never even paid attention to his guitar playing because he was wearing that hat and that mask. So, like, I just dismissed him right off the bat. And, you know, I mean, you know, when you're younger, man, you dismiss shit quick. You know, you just look at it and go, you know, it's not for me or whatever. But, you know, later on in life, you look back at shit and go, what the fuck was wrong with me, man? You know, what was I thinking? You know, what the fuck? You know, just like that parrot, you know. We were playing it earlier, you know, it's like What the Fuck Wednesday, so we were saying, what the fuck, you know, so like, what the fuck. So I look back, you know, and Buckethead has got a big body of work, so you're not familiar with him really at all, just he was just sort of somebody who kind of came in and went.
Yeah, I remember hearing it, and I thought, okay, that's kind of different, and then I moved on, and yeah, so I don't have a deep knowledge at all, not even close.
All right, we're gonna, you know, if you don't, how much time do you got? Because I have this thing here I want to get into, yoga. Is it evil? And
I have plenty of time, Jimmy.
Okay,
you
good.
invited me on. I'm honored to be here. So yeah, I've got lots of time.
Well, listen, I got a documentary here. It's a real interview with Buckethead, and Buckethead doesn't talk. So I think we're gonna bust into a little bit of that and hear what he has to say. Because like I said, he's got some sort of disease. You know, he's dying, man, and a little bit at a time. We all are, you know, day by day. But I'm just saying he is in an expedient manner. And I think he dumped all this beautiful music that he cut because he knows he's going to be gone and he wants to leave behind a legacy that's unparalleled. And I mean, he is a prolific songwriter, man. Prolific. So here's a piece called, now I typed in Buckethead very sick. It was my John, it's not evil, huh? Well, listen, man, I don't know. We'll decide. But like I said earlier, maybe any people weren't here earlier, so I'll repeat some of what I said about it. So, yoga is something that seems to be super popular at this point. And like I was saying, Algo, I don't know if you've noticed it, but I mean, just about everywhere I go, every single female I see, it looks like she's either coming or going to a yoga class, because everywhere I go, women are in yoga pants, you know?
I'm sorry, man. We were talking about that this weekend at work, yeah.
So, I mean, nothing personal. I'm super stoked the ladies are into the yoga. And I couldn't be happier. And like I said, I found this yoga instructor, and her name's Penelope. And she is absolutely fantastic. She is phenomenal. And she really, I mean, you can see why. You can see why yoga is so popular nowadays. Really. I mean, she just makes people, I don't even know how to describe it. I think at the end of seeing one of her presentations, I can assure you, Algo, if you weren't a fan of yoga before, you will be after you see some of this footage. But before we get there, let's let's continue with Buckethead, and let's go to this piece called. So this was one of the pieces that came up when I typed in Buckethead very sick. Well, you know, Smurfer girl, yoga pants. No, the stretchy ones, yeah. Well, remember that song you had on last week? I mean, I'm sure some men would get down on their knees to ladies with their yoga pants on. And I'm almost 100% sure if dudes met Penelope and they stopped by while she just said, you know what, man, you're on your way, you're on your way to a date, and she's like sitting there in her yoga pants, you're drinking tea and you're looking out the window, and she goes, you know, she looks over at you and she goes, would you mind if I just did a little stretching before we left? And then she busted out a quick hot Bikram yoga workout where it's all sweaty. They turn up the heat. There's no air. It's just every movement just causes this drenching sweat everywhere. It's just pouring out of them. You know, they're sweating like hell. Bikram yoga. Look into it, man. I'm telling you right now. I knew somebody was into it. All right. Well, listen. I won't. Let's just first. Maybe we won't get into the whole interview, because I know everybody now is ready for yoga. But we'll see. Are you guys ready for yoga chat, or are you ready for Buckethead and the Buckethead experience? All right, so here we go. Let's first listen to this one. This is the second in the search. Buckethead and Brain. I'm thirsty and scared in HD. All right, here comes Buckethead, thirsty and scared. You ready, Algo?
I'm ready, sir.
Here we go.
Dial in.
You've chosen.
What I'll do is I'll give you a play-by-play, because in case you can't see it. Buckethead is going insane. He's playing piano, jazz piano, while doing karate moves. He just almost rolled himself up in a carpet, and now he's walking back and forth like a robot. seriously, man, where in the fuck are you ever gonna see or hear a radio show like this where we're hanging out talking about Buckethead, playing some intense guitar work, everybody's kicking back, relaxing, we're kicking back, we're watching a genius at work, and at this point, I don't care if you want to hear about the yoga right now, because I want to hear some of what, I've never heard a Buckethead interview. He doesn't talk, man. You understand? He does not talk ever. He never says a word. No one's ever saw Buckethead without that mask. No one even knows who Buckethead is. Buckethead could be anybody, man. And there's one thing they talk about. Do you know what it is? You don't, do you?
I don't.
It's called the vein, dude. He has a vein on his hand. It sticks out when he plays. You gotta look for it, man. The blue veiner on his hand. It's the protruding blue vein of Buckethead's hand that makes it so extreme. So, and I don't mean to be, I'm not trying to say that. I'm not trying to be graphic. Like when I'm talking about the blue veiner, I don't mean that. I mean his hand. Idle hands are the devil's playground. Aren't they? That's what I've heard, So
Brian Carroll, who performs under the name Buckethead, is one of the top 10 fastest guitar shredders of all time.
Okay, do you want to hear this?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so listen. So you guys, everything we've been listening to up until this point, you think he's like all mellow, and she's like all fluffy and all that. But I've been playing mellow and fluffy shit. So we'll get into some of the harder shit in a minute, and then we'll get into the extreme stretching. The yoga. Is it evil? I don't know. I don't know one thing. You guys were talking about the yoga pants a second ago before we get into this interview. I'll just, wet your whistle a little bit. Because, let me tell you something. Spandex, they were in people wore spandex back in the metal days. So let me tell you something. Old Jimmy's no stranger to those spandex and those elastic type pants. And what I can tell you for sure, and I don't mean this in any kind of a way. I'm not trying to, bust any of you ladies' chops, or whatever. But I'm just saying, some people shouldn't wear those pants, man. Gravity takes over when those pants come off, man. Gravity takes over. Gravity is not your friend in a lot of these respects. I mean, some of the ripples and some of the dimples and cellulitis on some of these yoga. I guess they're going to classes though, so I shouldn't really bust their chops on the cellulitis. Just because I guess they got the pants on. They got the pants on you, on Algo, and they're on their way to class. Maybe maybe I'm just wrong, and I'm just I'm an evil man, for thinking such.
No, the big difference is with the Lycra that we had in the 80s and 90s. It hid everything, whereas what they're wearing today, it doesn't hide anything.
Well, I don't know, man. Some of those dudes were throwing some serious packages in those tight pants, man. And we've talked about it before. It wasn't necessarily just for the ladies. It kind of was a double-edged sword, so to speak, if you want to get like that, with the blue veiner. It was a double-edged sword because not only did the ladies like it for whatever reason, because I don't know why ladies like a man with a nice ass. They were programmed into it, I would imagine. And so, because it doesn't have any value as far as being a reproducing male or an alpha male. But on the other hand, when you make the ass available with these tight pants, it gets two people get excited about it. And same thing with the extruding gherkins in the front. The sock stuffing. When the Chili Peppers, they used to come where I worked at, they played there all the time. And they'd always come and hang around the back door and shit and try to get in on shows, on big shows, because they still weren't even big enough to even just walk in free. Yeah, literally. And so then Anthony Kiedis and Flea, they'd fucking, because I'd always be working the doors and shit on other shows when they, want to come and get in. I always let them in. But they, at that time when they played, they used to come out on stage and they had nothing but tube stocks over their junk. So they came out on stage and everybody was naked except for they had tube socks over their cocks. And they're jumping around and shit, having a good time. And this is like, like I said, this is before they got, they didn't get famous really until Under the Bridge, that whole album. The Chili Peppers, they didn't achieve like superstardom, but, they were around for a long time before that. But anyway, I don't know how I drifted into the weedages over on the side here.
Oh, I think the stretchy pants and the gherkin, right?
Yeah, exactly. But, hey, ditch, I say forget the yoga pants. Just go for the leg warmers and a mask. It doesn't matter, Just walk, keep your legs warm, and just air it out, man. You know what I mean? And that goes for men or women. I'm not trying to be sexist, man. Hey, I think the kilt is coming back in a big way, man. So, and I wouldn't mind that, man. I like to kick back. I got a rap or two, because I surf. I got a couple raps. In Hawaii, dudes wear wraps, man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I enjoy wearing a wrap. A brother likes to, sit back and air it out,
Be free.
Exactly. It's like sitting on a big couch, man. Just watching a movie. You just get this feeling. You just feel like a man. You feel like you want to sit back and
let those knees open up.
Exactly.
Mansplaining everything.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Let's be alphas.
Let's just be men. Let men and women be women and men be men. Hey, man, there's nothing sexual about a sexual organ until sex is involved. Up until that point, it's just an organ. But
then it gets in the way and it pinches and you have trouble with it. And
well, the thing is, like I always say, man, there's two ways to look at it. There's what happened, and then
what's the story?
Exactly. It's not what it meant for real and what we make it mean. And that's what we're gonna see. We're gonna see about this yoga. Is it evil? Are they making it? Are we making it mean something that it doesn't mean? Is it something that I don't know? We're gonna find out. Believe me, and you guys will know. And
I'm excited.
And I'll just say one other thing about this using of the latex pants, the spandex, because believe me, there's plenty of not just men were wearing spandex back in those days. Plenty of women were wearing them too. And let me just say, it was the 80s. I was young. Let's just say, I met a few ladies back in my day. And all I can say to you is, all I remember from them spandex pants is this. They don't breathe. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, my.
And I'm just saying, I'm just saying.
For sure.
Buckethead interview. He's silent. He stays silent, and it's for good reason. See, if I would have stayed silent and just played the Buckethead, I wouldn't have said it. I wouldn't have said any of that. But, oh well. Here we go. Ready? Here we go.
A world-class guitarist, he has produced close to 300 studio albums. Primarily, he works solo, but he's also performed with Bootsy Collins, Bernie Worrell, Iggy Pop, Viggo Mortensen, and was a member of Guns N' Roses from 2000 to 2004. Brian's YouTube videos regularly top millions of views, and personally, I can tell you that for anyone who loves music or is even remotely interested in the guitar, they are truly mesmerizing. Really, check them out. Search YouTube under the name Buckethead. What his legions of fans may not know is that he is also one of the most generous, soulful human beings I have ever met. For more on Buckethead, go to www.bucketheadpikes.com. Brian Carroll, thank you so much for joining me today.
Well, thanks, Barry. I want to say thanks for what you just said. I appreciate that a lot.
You're welcome.
Okay, so there we go. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to ditch I'm gonna set this screen up here. I'm gonna put our chat up here. So now, with that intro that we just heard, I want to ask everybody, and I'm gonna ask you too, Algo. You are also voting. With the intro that we just heard, I would like to continue with Buckethead because this is not going anywhere. There's yoga. Look, I'm teasing the yoga over. If you look on the screen, you can see the yoga is ready to go. Look, it's coming in. Oh, look at the heater. It's on. There's Bikram sweating going on in this yoga. Do you want to go for what's behind door number 1, this yoga? Or do you want to just stand by for the yoga and find out about Buckethead?
Let's vote it up, chat. Buckethead.
I vote
yoga.
I vote Buckethead.
I vote Buckethead.
2 Bucketheads. Let me see what we got. All right, hold on. I'm going to get the chat in this. Marty votes Buckethead. Let's see who else. Of course, the dudes want the yoga. And the ladies want the Buckethead. And that's because Buckethead got soul. See, that shows you right there. That shows you right there, man. The difference between Jimmy and Algo and the rest of these. Man, we got soul. We'll wait for the yoga. There's always time for yoga after the Buckethead, isn't there, Algo?
There is.
And there's nothing better. And I mean, if you're talking about being sensual, I mean, there's nothing more than, a little bit of foreplay and a little bit of making people wait a little bit, You can't just have it all at once.
Well, let me throw it this way, Jimmy, at you. If I ever have the chance to hear a musician that talented with those kind of credentials, who never gives an interview, who is giving an interview, then I'm going for that every single time.
Me too. Now, I'm so spun out, I forgot what I was... Oh, I'm putting the chat in there. Okay, hold on. For a minute there, I was so spun out about thinking about Buckethead and the potential for this interview. I mean, he'll even talk about what's the matter with him,
Yeah, and you got a lot of Bucketheads in there.
All right,
John Nelson, Cosimo.
Everybody's saying Buckethead. And you know what, you guys? You got soul, because Buckethead is definitely worth checking out. So let me see if I put this. I'm gonna put this in here too, maybe. How can I do this? I don't. You guys don't need to see this. It's a picture. It says "Miracle Buckethead Speaks," a real interview. That's the name of it. I'm gonna put it in there, man. I can't play it and then not give the dude the plug to where to go. Hold on a second. I gotta move all this shit. But I got to do it, though, man. It's only fair.
Yeah, that's credit where credit's due. That's why people come to you, Jimmy. That's why people love Into the Microcosm. Freedom Slips.
I'm almost, so tomorrow night is we're going to try to be live again on Aftermath here while I'm getting this. We're trying to be live on Aftermath tomorrow, and if we don't go live, I gotta have another show ready in case it doesn't fly, because we were having problems yesterday. There was, Billy was trying to go live, and he was having issues because no one could hear the people that were on with him. So he had to go back to a tape, and then so tomorrow there was no way to try. I didn't have a show, so I couldn't try to break in and go live.
Right.
So the only time is tomorrow. That's, at 6 o'clock at showtime. So I won't know. I mean, we'll be here live here at showtime, but I won't know if we're going to go live on Aftermath until we are. So, we'll see. Oh, I'm hopeful. I mean, I'm ready to go.
Yeah, and that's Aftermath.fm, right?
Yeah, so they changed everything. Just instead of Aftermath Media and Aftermath.fm, now it's just Aftermath.fm. It just makes it easier. It's too fucking confusing. It's too confusing. What'd you say, Bet? Oh, you're making it, girl. What's up, girl? Who's over here? So Bella's here, Bet's here, Patricia, Smurfer Girl's here. Smurfer Girl. You know what's really funny too is she Smurfer Girl. I won't revisit the exact song, but what I will say is that Smurfer Girl was recommending some music the other night on a show, and the band was called the Hillbilly Full Moon Explosion. And what was so fucking funny about it was that not 2 days later, I'd never heard of that band specifically. I heard their music, but I didn't know what they were called. And you know, it was funny as shit. It was somebody on Facebook, this dude that I know on Facebook. He figured out who I am on Facebook, and he listens on Revolution Radio. So this guy's not a guy. This guy's out of left field for no reason at all. All of a sudden, he posts something. It was a link to one of their songs, and it wasn't the one that you picked either. It was totally funny. So, like, for whatever reason, they're all of a sudden becoming popular.
Nice.
Yeah. What's up,
Now,
Smurf?
she's pretty ahead of the game. Yeah, Smurfer knows music. She's dialed in.
She's dialed in. She should come. Smurfer Girl, you should call in here. So, you should. I mean, I don't know if you have Skype, but my phone number, because I lost my wallet, I had to cancel all my cards.
Oh,
and while
that's the worst.
I know. And while I was waiting for my cards to come, my Skype bill came due, and they tried to bill me like, your Skype bill, there's a problem with your Skype bill, there's a problem with your Skype bill. I'm like, yeah, dude, there's a problem with Skype bill, but there's nobody to call over at Skype because they don't answer the phone. So what am I supposed to do? Do not answer. Do not reply to this email. So I'm sitting there. So I don't even know if my phone, we had a kick-ass phone number. And we had it for over a year, and I don't know if I still have that number. I mean, I could get another number, and I will. So you can't call us, Smurfer Girl, unless you actually have a Skype. Then, and only then, can you call us right now. But if you don't, that's cool. But you can call in anytime, Smurfer Girl. I definitely want to. I'll go have Smurfer Girl come on with us, man. I don't know if she's over at your show too. She listens.
Yeah, actually, I don't know if you caught any of the live streams, but Smurfer Girl Whatevs is Danny, who has been helping me co-host Algo Radio for the last couple times.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Interesting. We'll have
she's solid.
We'll have her come on. She's interesting. But you don't have to put her on the spot right now. Let's listen to Buckethead.
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe this will stir her soul and inspire her to grace the airwaves of our little channel over here with her presence. Okay, here we go.
So let me ask you a question that I usually get to at some point in every interview, which is, what have you found in your life that has held you back the most? In other words, in the parlance that we use, what is your part X? How would you describe it?
I have definitely let fear stop me. I definitely have been cowardly with a lot of things because I'm scared. And I think that fear has just kept me kind of paralyzed for doing a lot of things that I know I should do. And I'm constantly trying to battle that.
Mm. Can you give me an example specifically of what fear has kept you back from? Maybe if it's not current, maybe something from your past.
Well, like I really, my goal is to make an amusement park. I definitely think just trying to call people and develop relationships, and I've had some just tough times with business, so it's like I know that I'm gonna have to, get it going, and even on the small scale, it's hard to just even call anyone, so it's like, how am I ever going to make the park if I can't even call one person, but that's what I want to do. So
it's really interesting. I just want to make a point here, which is that I never would have realized this until I became a therapist, but making phone calls particularly cold calls to people you don't necessarily know that well, is one of the things that almost everyone I've ever treated dreads. They dread it. It wouldn't seem like that big a deal to just pick up the phone and call somebody, but for whatever reason, that feeling of being exposed, of imposing on someone, of feeling like they're going to think I'm an idiot, or they're going to feel like I'm, taking advantage of them or something, whatever your projection is, it really scares people. And it's very interesting because the most successful people in my practice are not necessarily the smartest or most talented. They're the ones who make the most phone calls. It seems crazy, but that's
I understand.
Yeah. So, are there any tools that you've used that have helped you overcome that fear and allow you to, do what you were afraid to do?
I mean, the first time we spoke, you told me about the identity being on the inside or the outside, which still is probably like the greatest lesson. When I think about that.
So let's stop it there for a second. So identity, one of the hardest lessons, my identity on the inside or the outside, and that was one of the biggest things in this world to pay attention to, is identification. And what do you identify as or with? What is it that strikes you that you identify with, that, it defines me or whatever, you know what I mean? It's like some shit like that is exactly what I mean. So is your identity from on the outside or on the inside? And that's what he's getting at there. He's kind of, I've never heard him speak before, so his thoughts seems like, he seems really smart, and he's saying, it's like, it's hard to, you got to pay attention, is all I'm saying. There's more to what's going on there. It's kind of weird in a way. Did you find it to be weird? It's kind of
he sounds very innocent to me.
And super introverted.
Yeah.
Because I know a lot of people that are introverted and really super smart, and they don't talk. And then when they do, they like rapid fire. But it's also a trait that people that have certain types of psychological problems, they do the same thing. It has to do with the functioning of the brain and super smart people. And while they're trying to express what's going, it's like when you listen to What's His Nuts, Stephen Hawking, when he was alive. It's like the way he says, it's not poetic or anything. It's just weird the way he says it, because you're formulating a thought in your mind that doesn't exist, and then you're going to spit it out in some words. And, meanwhile, your brain is going 100 miles a minute because you're super smart and you're fucking calculating all this shit in the back of your mind, while you're trying to spit out some words or whatever. That's why all of his shit is instrumental. He doesn't have any lyrics in his songs, man. And the fact that he's never spoken before, so it's kind of a weird dialogue. So did you find it to be weird too, or, is it just me?
No, there's definitely, he doesn't have any cadence. He doesn't have any, it almost as if he doesn't have self-awareness of his listener. So the person interviewing him is very sure of what the listener is hearing, and he frames it in a way to emphasize certain points. And Buckethead is just like a fire hose. You ask him a question, it's coming out, and yeah, it's a little odd for an interview.
Well, just the fact that you just come right out the bat and no one knows who he is. This guy says his real name. He comes out and he's talking real. He's in his real name. So I don't know if he's got his mask on in the interview or in order for him to get through it. There's no video of him. But I don't know if he took his mask off for this interview and he's sitting in the room with the guy. I don't really know what the scene is, but the thing is, to come right off the bat and say how scared he is, and to expose himself and to, expose himself emotionally and put himself out there like that right out of the gate. This is a 56-minute interview. We're only 4 minutes into it.
Wow.
So
yeah, that was pretty fast.
Yeah. So listen, I don't want to drag it down by just talking over it. Man, we can just But the thing is there's shit to say. So if there's something that you want to say, man, just let me know and I'll stop it.
Will do.
Okay, so just to keep an ear. And if you guys in the chat rooms, if you want to roll it out and you want to stop it to talk about it, and you hear something in there, then you tell us and let us know and we'll do it. We're interacting in, this is what my aftermath show is going to be like, just so you know. I'm probably going to cut this up and make this my aftermath show for tomorrow night if it doesn't fly live. So, Algo, you're going to be on with me tomorrow night. So, actually, let me just ask you this question. Algo, why don't you tell everybody where they can find you?
Well, you can find me on YouTube under the channel name Algorithm. I do a weekly, sometimes double weekly call-in show with people so they can talk about things, and we cover some news. I usually have a guest host named Danny. She rides along. She may be joining us at some point, but
oh, nice.
Yeah, so
well, I might be having you guys come by because I'm going to be doing a game show on my late night show, and it's going to be a live game show, and we're also going to have one of the contestants. There'll be a call-in contestants, and we'll have call-in, we'll have contestants, we'll have prizes.
It sounds like fun.
It'll be fun. It'll be exciting, believe me. So, and I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait. The time has come. All roads lead to Rome, and Rome is burning. And check it out, man. I got a fiddle, boy, and we will fiddle.
Play that fiddle.
We'll fiddle all the way to the end, man. Here we go.
It's definitely given me courage to do things because I'll see myself thinking about, oh, is this person going to say this, or are they thinking that? And then when I go to the inside, meaning my identity's on the inside, I feel the power of that. I can just do it then, and I'm not caught up in wondering what people think. It's just it's quick. It's like I don't really have to think about it,
Yeah.
But I have to. It's almost like I can tell the shift in a way. But when it happens, it doesn't. I'm not really thinking about it anymore. But I can, when I look back on it, I can tell. Oh, I was able to do that because I wasn't worried. I wasn't on the outside. I was on the inside. I don't know if that.
No, that makes sense. Let me see if I can explain it to somebody who's never been exposed to what we're talking about, and you tell me if I'm getting it right. I think what I recognized about you immediately is that you're an extraordinarily talented musician, and that if you weren't willing to make phone calls to advocate for your music or to advocate for the amusement park you wanted to make or whatever, that in a sense you were devaluing what was inside of you, and you were putting other people's reaction to you, a reaction, by the way, that you didn't have the courage to actually experience, but you were just imagining in your head. You were putting their opinion.
Oh, man. This dude. All right, hold on a second here. Now, this interviewer here, he has somehow struck a chord with Buckethead. It's to get this interview in the first place. And now he's spitting out some fucking shit, self-helping, and throwing the shit out to Buckethead, seeing if one of these pieces of spaghetti will stick against the wall with Buckethead, and he'll resonate with Buckethead and get Buckethead to say some shit. It's like making some, oh, you're just this dude who, blah, 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 just totally stroking Buckethead, man. So Buckethead goes, oh, man, this guy really knows me. Wow. This guy really knows me. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to really get personal with him now. And I'm going to spill my guts, and I'm going to tell him everything.
Well, he did say he had a background in psychology, right?
I don't know if he said that, but if he didn't, you don't have to, in order to go undercover, or in order to be a good interviewer, you have to be able to do what this dude is doing right now. Which is in the first 5 minutes, he's establishing some reason that you can trust him. That because he, see, the thing is, like, let's just say it's undercover. If it's undercover and I'm coming undercover and I'm coming at you, Algo, I know everything about you already, and you don't know me from fucking Adam. And I know everything about you, and I just bump into you one day and and we become friends and shit. I know exactly what to say to you, dude. I know exactly what you'd like. I mean, I could turn you in a 2 seconds flat, you know, because it works.
Yep.
And so the thing is it's the same thing with being an interviewer or an investigative reporter. You got to get people to talk to you. And so I'm not down on the guy, but I feel bad because I feel like Buckethead had never talked to people and hasn't done interviews before. And I feel him to be kind of like a babe in the woods. And I just don't want this fucking guy, you know, taking advantage of him, man. That's why I only really was saying anything about it. And I was also pointing it out for you guys, too, because you can look at it and use it in other situations. Extrapolate it and, you know, apply it over other. Use it as a overlay and see if it, you know, resonates. You guys see what I'm saying. So here we go. Buckethead again. Once again, my friends. Buckethead again.
Over this God-given talent that you were born with. And so what I tried to explain is that your identity, you can either organize your identity about what comes back to you from the outside, or at least what you imagine is going to come back to you from the outside, criticism, rejection, being put down, et cetera, or you can organize it around what is already within you that you have to bring to the world. And when you organize it around what's inside of you, then you're more willing to take action on those things and not care what the reaction is. If it's good, fine. If it's bad, that's fine too. I'll just move on to the next action step that I have to take.
That's great.
Is that
yeah.
Good. Yeah.
That was a huge thing to learn. So thanks for teaching me.
Help me understand how that helped you. Did it give you the courage to make the phone calls, or did you just do what? In other words, exactly how did that help you? I want to understand, and I want them to understand.
He just said, yeah, thank you for teaching me about myself after that guy said that.
Yeah, I heard that, and I wonder if they have some background that we don't know about. Like, he's known this guy for a while, and they went through some stuff, and that's why he gave the interview. That'd be curious. I'd be interested to find that part out.
I don't know. It's interesting. Man, I keep smelling something. I've been smelling it all day.
Is it a good smell, or is it a bad smell?
No, it smells like some... I don't know. It smells like cleaner or chemicals or something. Sounds like my iPad is going full blast out there in the dark somewhere. All right, listen, Buckethead. Man, at this rate, we're never going to get through this, man. I know people are waiting on this yoga. Is it evil? I don't know. When you see this video, you decide if it's evil. I don't know if it is. It could be. I mean, it's all, I guess beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And let me just say, you don't have to be a rocket scientist. You may have to do some extreme lip reading, but that's only because the volume will be turned down and you won't be able to hear what the person's saying. But you could try, and just all I can say is just have your eye out and just be ready for a little bit of lip reading, because like I say, I'm not going to turn the volume up on the video. I'll play some music or something that goes along with the moves. You know, the stretching, the extreme stretching. Is it evil? Does it call in the evil Satan? Does the Illuminati become illuminated with the posing of these yogic postures, Algo? I don't know, but we'll find out. But right now, don't worry, we got Buckethead, and we're about to finish. But let's finish up with Buckethead. What time is it? 9 o'clock? Oh, don't worry, we got time. Can you stick around?
Oh, we got plenty of time.
All right, here we go.
I'm here with you.
All right, here we go.
Internally, the shift that took place once you understood that.
I mean, it just seemed like a freedom, like a real big freedom of not worrying about things and really doing what I felt from the inside. Like when you're like a little kid, and well, for me, like when I was little, I'd just play and create all these worlds, and I didn't have any knowledge of what I was doing. I just did it, and it almost reminds me of that same, like opening that door back up to that world of like flow, and just like you had said when you first said it to me, you said that the flow is what you want to honor, the flow, and that it feels like that really helps get to that place, you know, that particular awareness of
that
on the outside or on the inside.
Yeah.
And then now I try to be in any, I don't do it enough, but I wish I do notice, oh, I'm out, I'm worried about something, or, you know, and then I see like I need to.
I think that's really important what you're saying now, because it's what it says is that to a large degree, we're not even aware that we're making a choice. We just get worried or inhibited or stuck inside. And what we don't realize is, oh, there's a part of me that's actually putting more value on the response I'm going to get from somebody than on what I have to bring to them. It's not necessarily a conscious choice. It's just kind of like a default mode that we go to. And at least if you know, wait a minute, no, I'm making a choice right now, and it's not a choice that honors me. It's a choice that gives everyone else way too much power over me. Power, by the way, which most people don't actually want to have, you know, kind of thing. That then enables you to make a different choice.
That's amazing to know that, you know.
Thank you.
It's still like mind blowing.
Thanks. So tell us, look, I've known you a long time. I know that you've gone through some hard.
So he's known him a long time. So as the picture's starting to take shape, hold on. Let me get this fucking window out of my face so I can see the chat, see what you guys are up to. All right. So one of the things that I've noticed too, and I'm gonna catch you on this, Algo. One of the things I'm also noticing about this fucking guy, this interviewer, he asks a question and then he answers the question.
Right.
I used to work for this dude, man. He was my mentor. He's the guy that owned that nightclub that I told you about that I worked at.
Yeah, where you parked the good cars out front and got him a lot more business. Absolutely.
No, he was the one that taught me that, and then I did it later in Los Angeles.
Okay.
Yeah, no, this guy was my mentor. I worked at the club for 10 years, and so I started working there when I was 17. This guy's like my pop, man. You know, and he taught me a lot about a lot of shit. Why am I telling you this? Remind me. I'm telling you this for a reason. He told me something, and what was it? What did he tell? What did I just tell you a second ago?
He asked the question, then he answered the question.
That's right. He said, you know what he said to me when I was 17 years old? You know what he said to me in his office? He's sitting back and smoking a big fucking fat cigar, dude. And I mean, it's like a blue Vayner, that big. Giant blue Vayner. Giant cigar. He'd be sitting back there, and this is in the days of cash. So it'd be a sold-out show was over, and he's sitting back there. He's got a cold beer in one hand. He's got a big giant cigar in the other hand, and he's sitting behind a desk that's piled high to the brim with dough, man. Money. Fat wads, man. Giant pile of wads. Sitting back there smoking a cigar. And he said to me, Jimmy, he said, son, hold on just a second, son. Listen to the old man, babe. Babe, listen to the old man. Ask me a question. Stop. Let me answer the question. So that is the Zen of Big Bob Corona from 1979 in the Keystone, Palo Alto, California. So I've never forgotten, you know, he also told me one of the things, because, you know, the inside of the club is black. You know, when you got a black nightclub, you spend a lot of time painting the walls. Because people's heads get bashed into the walls. At least back then, you could smash people's heads into the walls, into the sheetrock. Just like bar fights and you see in like old movies. You used to be able to do that to people in clubs when they misbehaved. So you had you know, some clubs you couldn't get away with shit and nothing ever happened because the dudes got their heads smashed into the concrete. And that was one of the clubs. That was the club that I worked at, the Keystone. So I was just the walls were painted. I was going to give you another piece of Zen. All right, you ready? You ready?
I'm waiting.
Okay. You got to paint the walls black. So I'd be in the club. I'd be doing everything to make more money. So whatever it was, load in, load out, $50 in, $50 out. Set up gear, $50. You know what I mean? Do this, $50. So you know, run a spotlight, $50. You know what I mean? Anything you could do, because they'd save money. If they got to hire somebody, it costs twice as much. Why am I telling you? Oh. So one of the things you could do is you could come in there and do shit during the day for Big Bob, and I did all that shit. I hung out there in there during the day. So Big Bob is like a pop to me. Like I said, I just go down to show up down at the club in the morning, and you just say, babe, you know, paint the club, babe, or whatever, and I just go out there and paint the club. So one of the things, and this is the one piece I want to pass on to you right now. It's just like the gold watch in Pulp Fiction. So I've held this uncomfortable piece of gold in my ass for the last 35 years, and now, Algo, I give it to you. Your roller is your friend, babe. Son, he'd walk up to me and he goes, son, no. What the hell are you doing? What the heck, babe? No. Let the old man show you how to do it, babe. Look. You gotta get lots of paint on your roller, babe. The roller needs to slide, babe, like this. Your roller's your friend, but you gotta put paint. It's gotta have plenty of paint, babe. When you hear the crackling, babe, when you hear the roller crackle, it's crying out for more paint. Algo, your roller's your friend, and always make sure that you have enough paint on it. If you hear it going crackle when it's not enough paint.
Can I ask you something about Big Bob Corona?
You can.
Was he a master communicator?
He was a master communicator.
Yeah.
He really was. I mean, and you know, I'll be rude. I don't care. I'll let you guys have it. I don't give a fuck. I'll tell you how it was. You know what he used to say to me? One of the things, I mean, I could sit here all night and tell you shit that he said to me and make you laugh, man. Just because it was literally, I worked there for a decade. I started there when I was 17, and I stayed there till it closed till I was 28. So, you know, he had an effect on me. But, you know, then eventually, you know, you start sounding like Big Bob after a while because everybody wants to be Big Bob.
Sure.
Because Big Bob owned the biggest, you know, I mean, it was the B-style nightclub. In other words, he wasn't promoting stadium shows, but all the biggest players came through the club, you know. So, what was I telling you this for?
About Big Bob's communication.
His skills?
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to tell you what he used to say to me. He'd say to me, babe, let me tell you something. He'd say to me, Big Bob can get pussy where most men can't get drinking water. and he was not kidding. I mean, because let me just tell you, if you think movie producers had women throwing themselves at them, believe me, man, dudes who own nightclubs that had giant acts coming through, they had women, you know, crawling all over him too, and they didn't call. Let me just say this: his name was Big Bob Corona.
Well, yeah, and Bob wasn't going to give him anything like a movie producer had to. Movie producers have to barter for that, you know, but Bob didn't.
That's right. There's nothing involved. I mean, he owned the bar. He just say, hey, you know, they say, Jimmy, why don't you go to the bar and get me some drinks, bring them back to the office. You know, that's what it was like. And I mean, I did that for 10 years. I could sit here and tell you guys stories all night, man, about that club, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about Buckethead. Matter of fact,
You'll have to do a Big Bob show one of these days.
I'd like to do a whole thing on the Keystone Palo Alto on the club.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, literally, man, no one's done anything. And there was a dude, this one fucking guy. I never liked him back in the day when he used to come to the club. I used to just really didn't like the dude. But he was like this hanger-on dude who had this personality. Hey, Wanda, what's going on? He had this personality. He's kind of like this. He's kind of like, I don't even know how to describe it. He just had this way of glomming on to people. You know, he just had this personality. I have to say it was a submissive personality style. You know, he's the kind of dude like turns his head to the side when he talks and, you know, with his little voice or whatever. You know, he's not coming at you like looking you straight in the eye and talking to you. He's like he tilts his head to the side. That kind of dude. So, but anyway, he was always in the right place at the right time. And so he got into a lot of shows and took a lot of pictures. And because he was in with this club, you know, we had the nightclub in San Francisco, and Bobby's son owned that. And Bobby was Bobby Corona, Big Bob's son, ran the Stone in San Francisco on Broadway.
Oh.
And so Bobby was a Stanford graduate. And so Bobby had hired this other dude named Vinny, who was from Stanford also, and he also worked up at the Stone. So no, man, I mean, you know, what I'm telling you is these are clubs that held like 1,500 people, 1,000 people, and they were fucking sold out, man. Sold out shows, dude. And like sometimes, I mean, George Thorogood everybody loved playing at the club because the way Big Bob treated people, man. He treated the musicians really, really good. You know, he fed them good and this and that. I mean, you know, for a good part of my time there, I was running the kitchen like a business. Like some dude that was running the kitchen quit on Bob in the middle of shit. Just Bob goes, I need somebody to run the kitchen, babe. And I said, well, Bob, I don't have any money. He said, here, babe, you give me some money. And he gave me like a couple $100, dude. Went to the grocery store. I bought some meat, and I bought some fucking potatoes, man. You know, like regular bags of potatoes. And back then, you could buy like 10 pounds of potatoes for like 99 cents.
Right.
And this fucking guy quit like right before the Dead was going to play, or Jerry was going to play. So it was all these Deadheads there. And so I went down there. He gave me $100, and I went down there and I bought most of my money on potatoes, dollar bags of potatoes, and 10 pounds each. And then I called up my bro, he was the guitar player in my band, and he was my bro. Called him up and go, dude, man, I got the kitchen down here, man. You got to come down here. And he's like, you know, all right. So he comes down, and we sat there chopping these potatoes up. Just raw potatoes. I left the skin on. You know what I'm saying?
Fresh cut fries, baby.
That's what I'm saying. Except for my shit was garlic salt, and black pepper is what I put on there. And fucking, dude. Okay, imagine this, dude. There's deadheads everywhere. They're smoking dope. There's nothing to eat anywhere. And once you're in, you're in. Once you leave, that's it. There ain't no hand stamping. You don't go in and out. There's only one place to eat, and that's Jimmy's fucking burger joint. I named that shit Killer Fries, dude. I sold them for like $1.50 a plate. So I bought 10 pounds for $1. I sold them for $1.50 a plate, and it was just me and my bros back there, and it was in the 80s, so we were all snorting blow. Just making these fries, man. I'd go out there. It's the first set I set out there, man. Somebody grabbed it, and I was giving people giant-ass plates of fries, man. The first plate of fries would go out, man. People would they would smell that garlic salt. They'd smell that garlic, man. And dude, we had line all the way out, man. We were selling more fries than they were selling booze almost. Yeah, man, I'm not even kidding.
That's awesome.
It was awesome. We had giant fucking soprano wads at the end of the night. We're sitting back smoking cigarettes, drinking Heinekens, just going, yeah, man. When's Bob gonna get here with that 8-ball?
all at the young age of 23.
No, I think I was like, at that point, I think I was Yeah, maybe I was 23. I think I might have been 23 at that point.
Been there about 5 years. He trusted you. Go run the kitchen.
He didn't
Nice.
he didn't give a fuck. You know, he knew I could do it, you know. But he was the type of dude, man. He didn't really cut you no slack or whatever. He'd kick your ass, man, literally. I mean, I've told the story before about this dude. There was a dude that worked there named Ferris. And he was like, he cleaned the club. So when after the mess of imagine a concert, and this one dude, he was a black cowboy. He could wear cowboy boots. He wore polo golf shirts and a cowboy hat. Everywhere he went, every time you saw him, it didn't matter. The fucking dude was constantly wearing that shit. Right? So, and he was like my best friend too for a while. We were really tight. And so I'd go down there during the day, like when he was cleaning the club and shit, and I'd be working for Bob, but I'd be down there hanging, you know, talking to him and whatever. So he used to sit there and work, you know. And, but the thing was, man, when you worked there, nothing else really mattered. I mean, it was all about like Friday night, who was going to be there all week long. You're fucking doing shit. People from the radio are coming. Plus the shows are going on and you're getting ready and stuff. You know, trucks are coming in and there's fucking lighting coming in and, you know, all this shit, dude. It was like these were major productions, man. Happened every week. You know, I saw 3 bands a night for 10 years of my life, dude. And
wow.
Yeah. And, you know, a lot of those bands, you know, a lot of those nights were Friday and Saturday nights, which were all like some of the biggest people you've ever fucking heard of. And like I was saying earlier, how I didn't appreciate Buckethead because he had that hat on.
Right.
It's the same thing back then. I wasn't into a lot of the music that came through there. So on shows, to me, it's just a fucking show. I'm not even really,
right.
I wasn't even listening to half that shit. I was scanning the crowd for somebody about to get in a fight. You know what I mean? Or I was doing whatever I was doing. I mean, I did everything at that club. I started out there as security, and then I went behind the bar, and then I started learning about stagecraft and stage shit, and then I started doing that, and then I started doing road work. You know, I started doing spot work. I started doing monitors. I started doing fucking house sound. I started coming in with the sound man. I started being buddies with the dudes that I was friends with there went on to like be Al Jarreau's roadman. His name's Michael Briggs. You can look him up. Sound engineer extraordinaire. But we used to call him the Gucci sound man, though. Because he had the hair and shit, and he had these sunglasses, you know. He'd come in with his like $300 sunglasses on. He's always clean and nice and showered, and he always had the ladies. But the rest of the dudes that worked there were, you know, let's just say, a little lower class, you know. So everybody named him the Gucci sound man. There was all kinds of shit that went on there, dude, like playing the role. That was a big thing that happened for a while. Whenever somebody'd come up to you, they just try to mull over you like they're Bob or whatever. Like they'd say shit to you like they're Bob to get people to do it. You know, they just come up and say some shit to you. Like, hey, man, you know, what about this and that? Just look at him and just go, what the fuck, man? You playing the role, Holmes?
Who are you again?
Yeah,
and why are you telling me this?
Yeah, just tell Bob if he wants me to do something, you know, let me know. It's just funny, dude. It's just some funny shit.
That is. No, I do. I encourage you to go find a bunch of pictures of the club, anything you got.
Oh, I got all kinds.
Stream on the club and just do it. And
I got all kinds of shit, man. Yeah, no,
yeah.
I mean, do an actual thing. Like, cause I know Bob's dead now. So Bob committed suicide. He killed himself in Shoreline Amphitheater. He drove there when there wasn't a show playing. He drove down there and blew his brains out.
Rest his soul.
Yeah. And so he did some other shit before he did that, which I don't want to get into.
No.
Because the person that he did it to is a good friend of mine from back then and from that period of time. And she's alive. And she made it through some shit that he put her through. And I don't want to get into that, but the thing is, man, is it was really a tragic fucking end, you know. And his son's still in the business, you know, somewhat, I would imagine. I don't know in what capacity, but I know I know that if I wanted to do something on this, that I could probably generate enough interest to maybe get it going, because it was something really special. I mean, it was.
Yeah, it sounds like it was.
Even if it was just a documentary. I mean, you could type in, all you got to do is go online and type in Keystone Palo Alto or The Stone in San Francisco. And we had a third club in Berkeley. It was a smaller club. That was Freddie Herrera ran that one. And but it was a smaller type joint. There was another place called the Keystone Corner, but that's not it. That's some other joint. That was called the Keystone family of nightclubs. There was one Keystone. It was called Keystone Berkeley, the Stone in San Francisco on Broadway, which is right across the street from the Babuhai Gardens, which is one of the biggest punk clubs and underground punk clubs up in San Francisco. It was right across the street from the Stone, and you know. Place down the street called Clown Alley was where you got burgers, dude. That place was fucking killer. The best burgers you ever had in your life, son.
You know, you work a 10-hour, 12-hour day, and you had a little bit of something, and you go get a burger. That's the best food that exists.
Seriously. But that place not there no more. No more Clown Alley in San Francisco. But San Francisco, the thing about it is the Stone was on Broadway, and Broadway is where all the strip clubs were. And so that's where well, when I mean strip clubs, these are like burlesque clubs, like old school weird shit. Not like what you imagine today where there's chicks doing lap dances. It wasn't like that. It was like all weird and behind glass and all this shit, and just like, you know, these, I mean, it wasn't like what you see today anyway, put it that way. It was more degenerative, like it's really it was more disgusting, I would say.
People who are young, I mean, young now, they have no idea how dark the 70s and 80s and part of the 90s were by comparison.
Well, yeah, because there wasn't porn everywhere, so people didn't see porn. The only place you could go see a naked woman was to go up to San Francisco and go to Broadway. When you're like young, like you turn 18, you turn 21 or whatever, you go up to, you know, that's what you do. Around here, you know, that's what you did back then anyways. You know what I mean? It's like your buddy turns 21, you go, hey, we're gonna take you up to Broadway or whatever, but then that's also where the club was. So you know, I spent a lot of time up there on whatever shows were happening that were big. You know, we'd go up and work in San Francisco too at the Stone. So I was at Metallica's first show at the Stone in San Francisco.
Nice.
Yeah, it was a great show too, man. I saw Stevie Ray Vaughan at my club, and then he went up and played at the Stone. I went up to that club. Then I actually found somebody who snuck a tape recorder into that show and put the audio on YouTube, but the audio was shit. So I downloaded it, and then I brought it into this program, and I fucking re-engineered it, and I could actually hear the show that I was actually at. It's pretty crazy.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, that's cool. That's very cool.
Yeah, there's some Jerry Garcia shows. There's a Jerry Garcia show in 1978 at the Keystone that's on the internet that I was at. That's on there too. Yeah, it's pretty trippy, man, to go back to that. So anyway, I shifted gears anyways. I moved down, you know, Los Angeles. I moved away from when the club closed. You know, I went away from music. When the club closed, I started a comedy club. I opened up a comedy club. And then when that closed, I eventually left and went down to Los Angeles and tried to get in the movie business. So I forgot we were doing a show about Buckethead. So shall we go back?
Hey, good stories. Play Buckethead. The chat is hanging tough, I think.
Sweet, nice, yeah.
The hardest thing that you've ever gone through, and the reason I'm asking you this, by the way, is that one thing I've learned as a therapist is no matter how well put together a person seems on the surface, every single human being I've ever met, by the way, including myself, has gone through hard times. And it just helps people to hear about them.
Yeah, well, really recently, I have a heart problem where my heart beats out of rhythm. And it's been doing it for a long time, but recently it just really like kicked up into a really intense, and I really didn't know what was going on, and I just sort of like tried to deal with it and let it do what it did, and then eventually it would stop, but it got really intense. So I went to the doctor and they said, "Oh, you're on the verge of having a stroke." And I'm like, "Oh, I didn't," because I had felt so good prior to having it. Like, I was just doing pretty well and everything. So they suggested I had this thing called an ablation. So they like go in and freeze your heart, and it's supposed to do something with the nerves, because they said my heart was fine. It's just that it could be a genetic thing. They didn't really know, but so I had that procedure, and it didn't really stop it, and I'm still dealing with it. And I take medication, which is tough because I never took anything my whole life. I just tried to not, ever take any kind of like anything really. But although if I eat food or drink something, probably that's worse anyway. But so it's been really difficult because it's scary, and it comes on, and I feel like I lost like half of my, like even walking across a room is difficult. Luckily the medication, I'm thankful for it because it's kept it, from going berserk, but it's pretty intense. So, I mean, honestly, having all the tools, using the reversal of desire and the times it comes on, and even the thing we just discussed about I don't know how you would word it, but writing in the journal, because I like to write in the journal a lot. It seems like now I'm sort of like letting this thing, it sort of exists now in me, and I can't really escape it. It's almost always I'm aware of my heartbeat or aware of the intensity of my heartbeat or whatever. It's just never something that I had ever experienced. So now it's like, it definitely kind of scares me, but I also see that it's also doing a lot of good, because now I'm like, well, I better do all the things I want to do. It's forcing me to really, and I've been actually doing a lot of stuff, like even doing this. I feel like I should do it just because I would regret if I didn't.
This podcast?
Exactly, yeah. I wouldn't, I don't know, I just feel like an urgency now, more, which I should have felt anyway, but,
So the reversal of desire helped you because you were able to use it to get through the fear that you were experiencing?
Yeah, when it happens, I'll use it so that I can calm myself down. Because if it's intense, which it can be really intense, it helps just like, think, I don't want that to rule my life.
Yes.
If my heart goes out of whatever, I don't want to just be sitting around going, when is it going to come back? Or I'll practice now during it. I'll practice lighter, because if I exert myself, then
practice guitar.
Yeah. It'll definitely, and it's almost like it's training me to play lightly, more in a lighter way. And it relaxes me. When I play that way, it relaxes me. So it's.
So I'm going to bust in here. So he's gotten pretty intense health issues going on, and how he said the reversal of desire. Now, are you familiar with this technique?
Yeah, Buddhist-based reversal of desire, right?
So he's saying just that he used it to help him get through, and also he was saying that that he wanted to try not to think about it, and that was the thing when I had gotten sick, when I got cancer, that when I went through it, on the other side, you have to keep going for these tests. At first you go every, once in a while, and then you go, these periods of time, and it's like test to test to see if it's coming back. And the one thing that I made sure that I didn't do was sit there and worry that it was going to come back. I never thought about it again. When I went to my last treatment of chemotherapy, I never thought about it again. If I caught myself thinking about anything like that, I would immediately fucking shift my consciousness to think of something else. So, yeah, man, do you want to say something on that? And then I'm going to play a piece from Buckethead.
Well, I tell you, people talk about The Secret, and they talk about manifesting your reality, and they talk all these different ways of saying the kind of the same thing. There's a level of truth to that maybe isn't new agey and maybe isn't about getting money, but maybe more of an energetic thing. So if a person like you going through that, which is a big, heavy deal, and you can stop yourself and shut your mind down and say, no, we're not doing that, I'm doing something else, I think that's the bar, that's the standard. So
the thing is when you have a connection energetically to the universe doesn't just see things in good and bad, because good and bad is a human thing. And so when you think about something and you're concentrating on it, it's only the universe trying to provide you what it thinks you want, because you will get what you think about. Silent thought in your head is a conversation with the universe. So if you sit there and constantly think about this fucking bad shit that's gonna happen, it's gonna happen. There's no doubt it will. Your wish is my command. Seriously.
Well said.
Here's Buckethead. Okay, this is called Project Little Man. Ready?
I am ready.
All right, this isn't the flowery Buckethead that we saw earlier. This is the angry Buckethead. The Buckethead that's about to lash out. Project, whoa, Jesus. Project Little Man. Hold on, Algo, let me get you squared away. This shit is loud. Hold on. We gotta chill that. Okay, come on back, Algo. There's Buckethead, Project Little Man. That's a good workout. If you want to get that for yourself, you can head on over there and find it. Buckethead, Project Little Man.
And Into the Microcosm with Jimmy Jean Aftermath.fm.
That's
Tomorrow
right.
night, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 o'clock if you're on the East Coast. Don't miss it.
No, don't miss it because you're listening to it. God damn it. But come back later on tonight at 10:30 Pacific because we'll be back with more. But in the meantime, algorithm. Here we go right now. Before we get back into some more of this interview, are you interested in finding out a little bit more about Buckethead's wide variety of mindscapes that he creates with his instrumental, emotional tonalities?
I am, because that last one had a driver that I'm sitting there and it was hard to sit still.
Yes, he kicks ass, man. He strikes nerves and finds a resonant harmonic. Hold on. Fucking ads everywhere, man. I'm sitting here like I'm picking them off one by one before they get me. They're out to get me, man. You know, it's like over here, we only have a warning. But over there, where I'm almost to 600 people, where we could get actual support,
You could get killed.
We're 2 strikes over there. So if I go back, even though I want to go back, because over there we get like 250 views on a video. If I go back over there and I fuck up just one time, third strike, you're out, Jack. And then all those 650 people disappear, and then I'm back over here starting from fucking square one at 250 people. So we're sick of that happening, man. So I got into the microcosm.com. You know, expect a really badass website to come soon. And I'm just looking for somebody who wants to do it, and, you know, not for free either. I want to pay to have it done. I want to have a fucking badass website. So
nice.
We'll make sure that happens. So anyway, in the meantime, this one here is called, I wasn't actually picking this one. I don't know why it went there, but let me back it off because this is more of a mellow tone. And I wanted you guys to hear this claymation one. Stand by. Let me see if I can dig this bad boy out. Because it's a good one. This one here is a more mellow tone than I was looking for. But let me hear. Oh, there it is. No wonder I was on the wrong video. That's why. All right, here's claymation. This is called Claymation Courtyard. This is Pike's Soft Volume 2. So is Danny coming on here? Smurfer Girl? You coming on? You coming on, Smurfer Girl? You running scared?
She ain't scared of nothing.
She's running scared, man.
She's yet
No,
back.
she is running scared. You don't know why, because you weren't here that night. But she's definitely running scared, man. She doesn't want to come on because she's afraid she might get in a conversation with old Jimmy.
Oh, I had to go to bed early that night because I had to get up and go to work. Yeah, she said the second half was epic.
You missed it. But
She said the ending was great, and I missed it. Yeah.
well, the thing is, man, is that video got taken. Yeah, it got bounced. So you ain't gonna find out unless she tells you. No, I won't bust your chops. I won't bust her chops. Tell her, just come on. Don't be afraid, old Jimmy. I'm gonna hurt you. Damn. Anyways, so let's get back to Buckethead. So here he is. He goes from. I mean, I'll just tell you right now. If you get some Buckethead CDs, like get your actual CDs and throw them in your car. I mean, you can do it anyways, but it won't. The highway songs that are here, man, if you're driving from here to there, you're going to put in a few hours in. Throw in some Buckethead, man. You just sit there thinking. You know how when you're thinking, it's almost hypnotic, man. You're just driving down the road. This music's just playing. This guitar just wailing out, just crying. Speaking right to you, man. Sun's going down, your windshield's covered with bugs. You know what I mean? You're about to pull over some gas. Throw it in the Buckethead. I don't know, man. That's what I do with it.
No, you're right. I definitely hear bands from the mid to late 90s, probably early to mid 2000s. I was going to say Gomez, Death Cab for Cutie. I definitely hear where they're ripping off Buckethead.
And the thing is because like one of his songs is like, it could be a career for somebody. You know what I mean? There's so many changes and so much different things that someone could just choose hooks right out of his shit, and no one would ever be able to be the wiser.
Right.
You know what I mean? Which is too bad, but I mean, the thing is, dude, like I said, he cranked out. This guy said he cranked out over 300 full-length LPs, dude.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's impressive right there.
That's what I mean. He knows he's going to die, too. That's what he's talking about. That's why he's making this interview. So, do you guys want to go ahead? You want to listen to... No, I'm not talking about the sleepy shit, Alex. I'm talking about the driving metal shit. I'm just not playing it now. Because I don't, it's loud and I'm not in that mood. That's all. Hey, Zoe, what's going on? No, don't sweat it, Alex. Trust me, man. Go over there and type in Buckethead, man. 9 out of the 10 things you click on that you never heard of are going to be heavier than shit. You're not going to even want to listen to it. You'll turn it off. You'll say, God damn it, Jimmy, it's too heavy. You didn't tell me Buckethead was so heavy, Jimmy. Don't worry, Alex. All right, here we go.
Just trying to use it, trying to get positive things from it instead of just looking at it like, oh, here it is again. Who knows what's gonna happen? Or,
yeah,
it definitely it's definitely taken me down pretty good.
It really sounds like you're making an incredibly concerted effort to turn what would freak anyone out into something positive, which is really the basis of a lot of the work that Phil and I do. Look, negative things are going to happen to everybody, and particularly events in your body are so reminiscent of mortality and death that they freak us out, completely, and have the potential to stop us in our tracks. But what you're doing, what I'm hearing you're doing, is number one, you're not letting it stop you. You're using the reversal of desire to plow through it and keep taking action. Number two, you're actually learning to be observant about your own thinking. And if you get too fixated on your heart, you turn away from that fixation and pour yourself into whatever it is that you're doing. And number three, and probably the most important of all, what you said was there's something about this brush with mortality that has actually made you more alive. It's actually made you realize, oh my God, my time is limited. I mean, obviously you always knew that, but I think all of us live as if we had all the time in the world. And something like this says, no, I don't. I have to use every moment. Every moment matters.
Yes, that's totally. I mean, the day after I had that procedure, I recorded a record with my friend. I just lied in bed and I recorded it because I felt like, I just felt like I'm here still, you know. I don't want to sit around and mope, you know, and that really came from you, like just you giving me so much over the years, just building that up, like that kind of strength of like, don't let this take you out, you know, just do it in the face of it. Because yeah, it could be gone tomorrow. Anybody could be gone. But like for me, I was just like, that was a heavy experience. I want to play right now.
That's amazing.
And I want to play that experience, you know, because I've never experienced something. And I was so like wiped out too. And it's weird when I've really played like in that state before, but it's like just to play in that state, there's feeling in that state, you know, like there's emotion in there. And I just tried to play that feeling, you know.
I can imagine, even though you were still probably under the influence of the anesthetic, that there was still a lot of emotion given what you were going through.
Yeah.
What's so funny?
The anesthetic, just, you know, that was weird stuff.
Yeah. You know, something about what you're talking about right now makes me want to ask this question, even though I have no idea what connection it has to what we're talking about. When I watch you on YouTube, you almost get into an altered state when you're playing. It's so clear, and I'm just wondering, what does that feel like on the inside? Like, what are you thinking? What are you feeling when you're in a flow in a concert and you're just really gone? You know.
I mean, it's sort of like, I don't know how to put it. I love the feeling of it. I mean, I think that's why I like rides, because it sort of reminds me of like you're on a ride in a weird way. Like you're not really thinking, you're just trying to ride the wave or ride the feeling, and it just kind of builds on itself. And if you really are gone, you can really it's a very incredible state. For me it is, you know, I can't speak for anyone else, but I know that it's just like you're kind of away from it. You're kind of away from your physical, you're just kind of, I don't know. You said it good.
You know, but it's interesting because it looks like your fingers, and you really should look at these videos because they're phenomenal. But it looks like your fingers have a life of their own, almost like you're having an out-of-body experience, and your fingers are moving by themselves, and they're moving so fast. It's incredible. Is that?
What were you going to say?
Is that what it's like? I mean,
I'd say it is. If I can. I mean, you've helped me a lot with that, because I know last tour there was a show where I would usually. I remember like a couple nights before this, I hope this applies, but I felt like everything was just, I was like because I play in this particular tour, I was playing alone. And so everything I did, I felt like I was getting it back. It was like a complete loop, you know, from the crowd to me, and that, like, it was this incredible experience, like one of the best times I've ever experienced. And then a couple nights later, everyone just standing there, and I heard some guy talking really loud, like off to the side, and I was like, oh man. And but what was so great was I had talked to you, I don't even know, it was really close to this time, and you just said, you're giving to them, you don't want anything from them. And now that experience I remember the most, because I did that. Like usually I'd go, oh man, let me just get through this one, because we got 7 more shows in the next whatever nights, and I really pushed out, you know. I just said, no, I didn't really think about it a lot. I definitely had that feeling of like, all right, I'm going to go up and try to just give it, like, try to forget and go, like, back to the identity thing. Like, don't worry about them. You do what you do, and you don't want nothing from them, like you had taught me, you know? And it was incredible. It was like...
I'm satisfying a long urge that I wanted to do a show on Buckethead for a while. So, I mean, I know this is long and drawn out and stretched out, but I don't really care, man. I'm just kicking it with you guys here. I got nowhere to be, so I don't care how long it takes to get through this. So if you're in a hurry or you guys want me to hurry, let me know. But in the meantime, though, we're still waiting for Smurfer Girl to give us a shout out. So what you do is you go out of this call, you right click on me, and then say share this contact, and then drop it in Smurfer Girl's box, and then she'll get it, and then send me a request, and then I will add you to the call. Okay, that one was called The Secret Place. The last slow one there. So these are kind of moody pieces, but he's talking about moody shit because he knows he's going to die, man. And this is another one here that I think it ties into what he might have been going through. This one's called The Other Side of the Dark, while we still try to connect with Smurfer Girl. We're searching in the darkness, in the dark mist. We sail upon the seas of, I don't know, the wild seas of retribution. We press through in our little tiny boat, searching for Smurfer Girl somewhere out there in the dark. We can't find her. But hopefully we will, and we'll find out. But in the meantime, The Other Side of the Dark. a.m. It's 4:20, and I just almost passed out. Just took a bong hit. My name's Jimmy. I'm in the Santa Cruz Mountains. It's in the microcosm in the middle of the night. I'm sitting here with my good buddy Algorithm, Algo Radio. And now, we've found our way through the darkness. We've hacked the Matrix. And before your very eyes, she will materialize. Watch me. Watch me pull a Smurfer girl out of the ether space.
Work that magic, Jimmy.
Smurfer girl.
Yeah.
Are you there? You are. And you're sounding loud and noisy.
Am I way too freaking loud, man?
No, I just turned you down a bit over here. So
Is that better?
Yeah, it's way better. Cause I got,
all right, awesome.
I got a super nice pair of headphones, and so I hear every little minute sound. Like even if you pulled a hair out of your leg right now with a pair of tweezers, I'd hear that. I'd hear that shit snap over here. It'd be like.
I got one of those really sexy microphones that does all the stuff. So.
Oh, nice, kick ass!
Yeah.
Well, you sound fantastic. So,
thanks.
I'll get you dialed in here in a minute. But before I do, because we're playing this, so have you ever? Let me ask you now: are you a fan of Buckethead, or have you not heard of Buckethead until tonight, or what is exactly going on?
No, yeah, I heard of him from Primus.
I see. Well, Primus is a great band.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, I thought so too. So let me see here. So Buckethead is exposing himself like in a super way here. I mean, he's really. He seems like he doesn't have he hasn't built a wall. Like he's so introverted and he lives behind the mask, like an actual mask, you know? And
right.
So the actual so in the mask, he plays in front of people and exposes his literal soul, you know, in these compositions. And then after the show is over, he takes off the mask, and then he's not that guy anymore. Now he's this guy that has to live in the world, you know. What do you think about that? And then I'll bring something up too that I know about, and you too, Algo. What do you guys both think about that?
Well, yeah, it's like it's helping him conceal his vulnerabilities and sort of put himself out there and, you know, hide that sense of exposure. But, you know, having the health issue, he's sensing that, you know, that's not helping him. He's having his raw, like, human moment, and there's really nothing, you know, that mask isn't going to save him now. And you know, he's like, I love that. I don't love it. I don't love that he's, like, you know, experiencing that moment of realizing his mortality, but it's like, you know, he's ready. Maybe he doesn't have the mask off, but he's feeling that, okay, now is the time I can connect, you know, and he's reaching out. You can, like, feel him reaching out. Like, what do I do? You know?
Well, you know, what's important too to look at is the reason he put the mask on in the first place was because he was afraid of what people were going to think about him. He was afraid of what people thought, you know, if he was going to be good enough and all this. And you didn't want to expose. You're right, you know. And so this is what's so important about this interview is just that he's never spoken before, and that he's coming out and straight out of the gate, he's talking about identity and rejecting the identity of is the identity external or is it internal? You know, and so what he's saying, right? And so this is an important moment for him because he's showing his inner self in this interview without the mask, and without
right, and we're both. But you know, before he didn't have that moment of this extreme. Okay, now I have to face that fear that I was using the mask to conceal And now he's come to this point. It's like, it's sad because it's like the point of the ultimate realization of the, you know, I don't want to say greatest fear because you don't know what his greatest fear was, but it's like all that vulnerability that the mask could have hid before, it's like out the window. You know, it's like now he's that raw human that the mask does nothing for, and it's like it's terrible that this situation has to show him that, or he has to have this situation to show, you know, everybody else that.
Can I tell you, it's good that he's with somebody he trusts. Clearly, they've known each other for a while, and part of doing the podcast was having somebody that he felt safe with. But I'll tell you, everybody has to visit the dark night of the soul at some point.
Right. Yep.
And he's gone through that, and now he's on the other side, and he's sharing his experience of that, not as graphically as I phrased it, but we've all been through it. Jimmy, you went through it with cancer in a huge way. And I mean, Smurfer, you got your own stories and your own dark night of the soul, and we all do. And I think that's what we're seeing is somebody who they looked the Reaper in the face for the first time, and they said, oh, wait a minute.
Right.
Well,
yeah.
I think
and when you do face that dark night, it's like, it's humbling, but it also puts everything, it puts your conscious and subconscious into perspective in a way that mask has nothing to do with.
Yeah, and I think it's important to really look at, I mean, I don't want to use a man's life, you know, to point at as a lesson or a metaphor, but I just want to say that the mask in and of itself is what most people don't actually wear a physical mask like he's wearing.
Yeah.
Most people have a mask on, but it's not one that's different from their face. They're still not being themselves, and I think what they do.
Yeah, that ego mask.
Well, what they do is they build up walls to keep people out and emotionally, and so that they can do what they do. And so the thing about it is, when you're looking at Buckethead and you see him exposing himself to bring himself raw in front of everybody, and I was pointing out in this conversation just now, I came to the realization that the reason that he's so honest in this moment is because his wall wasn't like ours that are invisible. His wall was physical. And when he removes that mask, he's literally removing the wall, and he doesn't have any reason not to be honest. He's literally removed his mask for this interview. And I think, people in society, in civilized, society as we see it, I think people choose their mask from the ancient gallery and they walk on down the hall, man. And that's not always like this here where you're wearing the physical mask. But you guys want to get into listening to some more of what Buckethead has to say?
Yeah.
Okay. I would, yeah.
All right, kick ass. Here we go. Ready? Bam.
But I remember that show more than the show where everyone, because I felt a shift from myself that I didn't want anything. And I got deeper and deeper into that state of, like what you said, like your outer body experience. So I felt like, wow, this is awesome. I didn't know I could do this under the circumstance. And I don't know if I'll be able to do, hopefully I feel like that was like definitely a step, like something changed after that show. Cause I wasn't, thinking about like, oh, they're not into me and the guy's talking. I'm just gone. I'm just going to go for it, or I don't know. I didn't even really think about it. I just did it,
That's great.
And, so that was really incredible.
It's interesting because as you talk, I really get the arc of the time that we've known each other from the first session where it was really just phone calls. Just your identity is inside of you. You have something to give. Don't pay attention to the feedback that you get from the outside. Keep your identity inside. And the reason I'm saying that.
Also, I want to say, I'm just like you guys. I've never heard this before. And I've been wanting to do a show on Buckethead for a while because I feel really strong something maybe happening or gonna happen to him soon. and I've been wanting to do this show for years. So I've never listened to this, so I'm raw on it just like you. So whatever reaction you guys have to what he's saying, I'm with you. I'm with you there too. I'm all sitting here listening to it just like you are. I don't know what's been said on here. So I'm not, in other words, what I'm saying is I'm not preloaded on this shit. What I'm saying to you now, I don't know what's been said on here, and neither do you guys. So whatever we're saying to you is live. This is based on what we're hearing right now. You know, this is, I might not be Mr. Right, but I'm definitely Mr. Right now. So here you go.
That anybody can practice this and get to the point where they're standing up on stage alone in front of however many people you were in front of, and nobody's responding to you, and some asshole is talking, in the middle of the performance, and you're just in a flow state completely. So to me, that's like the pinnacle of any creative experience, is that you are just in a flow, and you really don't care whether people are taking it in or not. And by the way, sometimes people are taking it in, but they're just more quiet about it, than the other audience would be.
Yeah, I mean, that's my own mind going, oh no,
right.
But I don't, you're right. I mean, they could have been, that's their personality or whatever. I just...
a lot of people assume that it's fairly easy to become successful, when in my experience, it takes a tremendous amount of hard work. I mean, if you look at Brian's YouTube videos and see the level of technical expertise, you can see that it reflects tens of thousands of hours of practice alone in a room, just practicing over and over and over again. So, it's a cliche, but most musicians seem to suck at self-discipline, self-discipline meaning just getting themselves to do hard work. How are you with that? How are you? I mean, obviously you must have been very, very good at that with learning music.
I know, I just I love to do it. So I didn't think about it, it
didn't even seem like hard work to
I didn't see it like that. It just kind of took over, I just would be in my room playing, and that was it. I didn't really know. And when I look back on it now, I'm like, whoa, that's crazy in a way. But I'm glad I did.
Are you an artist, Smurfer Girl?
Yes, I am.
Can you relate to some of what Buckethead's saying, just from an artist perspective? I mean, maybe are you a musician too?
I'm trying to be a musician. It's funny. I have so many instruments, and I have this internal timing. I started out playing saxophone, and I was itty bitty, and I had to walk to school with it. One of those stories 50 miles in the snow with no shoes kind of stories. It probably weighed more than me.
I played trombone, so I know your pain.
Oh yeah, my little brother played trombone. He played tuba too, but he's massive. He's actually scouted for Notre Dame football next season.
Oh, nice,
huge,
sweet.
But I started with that, and then I have an alto sax, I have a clarinet, I have guitars, I have acoustic guitars and a banjo and a bass guitar, and it's I can't listen to music or watch somebody dance without moving myself.
Yeah.
And
I do know.
But I'm so I guess distracted until just recently by external stimulus and stuff that's going on. But
yeah,
really when I'm drawing or painting, it's everything else kind of melts away and puts stuff into perspective.
Mm-hmm.
And listening to him, it's he has realized the reality beyond the fear, and that's just the biggest thing that I'm gathering from the whole thing. It's he moved beyond that.
He creates as soon as he's inspired, and he's not interested in nothing that he does is done with the interest of financial gain. It's only in the interest in creating a mountain of genius compositions, algorithm. Oh, you that. Come on.
I'm here.
Excellent. Come on in, and I'm going to play a quick tune after you're done.
Yeah, so just a little more background, and I don't want to embarrass her, but Danny built a 3-string Nordic instrument from scratch called a tagelharpa. Did I pronounce that right?
Close, yeah. Oh, yeah, that was good. The tagelharpa. Yeah.
There you go.
Nice.
And painted it, and yeah. So, and you're an artist, Jimmy.
So, are you Irish? Are you Irish?
My more recent ancestors are Irish.
Are you-
I'm like Nordic, and then Scottish, and then Irish, then English, then American.
Are you RH negative?
I'm I don't talk about that.
Do you have red hair?
Most of the people in my mom's family have red hair. I have like a reddish, medium brown. I had blonde hair until I was about 8, and now it's like this, I don't know,
which color?
Other color. I don't know how to describe it.
Do you have?
I dye it black.
Do you have light colored eyes or do you have dark eyes?
They're hazel.
Nice. Well, so you are RH negative then, aren't you? You don't You don't have to admit it.
Can you tell them about your children's eyes, or is that something you don't want to talk about?
That's fine. I have 2 with blue eyes and 2 with hazel, but 3 of them have 2 different color eyes.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, see, I had a feeling it would be great to have you on, and you're a perfect person to have on because a person who's an artist and a person who can express themselves emotionally, through different mediums. I've done a bunch of exploring, because, I was down in Los Angeles and I was trying to do things down there, and I came to this realization that anything that I was ever going to do was going to require somebody to fucking give me permission. And I decided I didn't want to wait for fucking permission anymore. So I'd figure out I'd just do shit that I could do by myself because I was in a band. We broke up. And then I went down there and it didn't work out. And I was like, you know what, man? Fuck all this shit. I'm just going to, I'm going to start doing stuff that it doesn't require anybody else. So I started.
Damn the man.
I started to write poetry for a while. And then I started to get into different mediums as far as art. I eventually settled on acrylic paint. I don't really like oil.
Yeah, it's my favorite.
Yeah, I like the vibrancy of it, and I like the fact that it dries quick.
Right, I don't have patience for that oil shit.
Me neither. I had friends that were good at it, but what I really enjoy most and what I'm best at, I can't paint from the eye or draw from the eye. I'm more of an interpretive. I don't know how to explain it, but anyways, the point is that what I'm really good at, though, what I'm best at is sculpting. So I started to sculpt in a bunch of different shit. I did clay, and then for a while, and I was doing.
I hated sculpting class.
I was doing these pieces, man. Are you familiar with this artist? Man, her name's slipping my mind right now, but she's an artist, and what she does is she draws these shamanic, like Native American themed paintings that she does.
Bev Doolittle?
No. And they're all like, everything is in, these animals are all intermingled in this one animal. Like, I can't remember her name now. Anyway, I was doing those types of sculptures, so I'd have I'd have an elephant, and the trunk would like lead into the snake,
Okay, yeah.
that kind of thing. So I was doing that kind of shit, and then I started to get into stone, man. I was like, you know what, I got to get into doing some stone. So I live in Santa Cruz, so I just went up to the coast, and I can just go up there on the mountain, just knock off these giant pieces of fucking sandstone and load them in the back of my car.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I went down there, I loaded these big chunks of sandstone, and then I brought that shit back to the house, and I started working with sandstone, and the best, it's so killer because it's light. So you can literally do some shit, and you can put it on a coffee table with some felt underneath it. It's it weighs a couple pounds or whatever.
Have you ever tried like soapstone?
No, I haven't worked with soapstone, but I was gonna, because you can make pipes out of it.
Yeah, right. It's kind of brittle, but it's like you have to love it back.
Well, that is what I was gonna get to with this sandstone, Because, man, it is the ultimate. So what I was doing is like, I didn't have, I didn't have no tool, sculpting tools. So, I was using a screwdriver, various different screwdrivers, thick ones, skinny ones.
Hey, why not?
And I was using this sledgehammer. I had this little, like, 1 pound sledgehammer, and I was fucking going, and I was chipping.
I got a little hammer, and I used tiny little chisels.
Seriously. And so,
Yeah.
but here's what I love about it, and it's also the same thing I love about being on live radio, doing the shows on these networks, is because, when you're doing this and you're working with this stone and the sandstone especially, man, if you hit that bitch with too much pressure in just the wrong place, you could have worked on that thing.
Yeah.
You could have worked on this thing for 6 months sitting there
You're
scraping.
gonna crumble that shit.
It'll just.
Yep. It just like disintegrates. Yeah.
Fuck.
See, that's why I'm not buying the whole like the narrative on like the marble, those beautiful marble statues with the draped, thin, lacy fabrics, and oh, look at this beautiful masterpiece that no one today can replicate. It's like, I'm not sure how they actually did that.
I don't know.
Not buying it.
Some of that shit to me, I'm not just talking about that. I'm talking about, in construction and architecture.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
definitely.
So I don't know if you guys ever seen these videos of these people that are living in the jungle, like Indonesia, places like this, and they just show up with like this shovel like implement, and they begin to dig out this whole fucking.
Yeah, those underground little huts, and they've got the little waterfall like thing, and they run the huge bamboo water to their little underground swimming pool.
Exactly. Well, listen.
They go get the ant mound and make the cement out of it. Love it.
Exactly. You know how they formulate this whole building out of the walls? They just carve it. Well, look at some of that ancient shit in India, and look at those fucking temples that are sitting there, and they're in rock, and they're literally, it's the same exact thing. It's the same thing that you see in those videos that they did in those rock formations out into these temples. Man, there is a temple in India that will blow your mind if you start looking into it. Like for me, I don't profess to be one religion or another, and I think everybody has something to offer there, you know what I mean? But the main thing, what I can say is what I've learned and all, and then I've, I won't bring it up now, but we were talking about that thing earlier, and you were relating some information about where you might have been in a religious sense a while back, and I just want to say that, I went to that place there where you were, and I also investigated the Mormons, and I investigated this Christian sect and that Christian sect and this and that and the other thing. And, I did a lot of, investigating religious ideas and ideologies. And what I came to at the end of all that for me was I felt that, and I feel that the Hindu path is one of the highest paths that you can take from a spiritual perspective in the world. So
yeah, it does seem like they're willing to be in touch with the, interpretations of just like physics and the physical world around them, and they're not afraid of the symbolism that is universal, no matter what religion or what temple or what part of the world. It's like it's a different gods, goddesses, but it's the same symbols, and they're not afraid of it. They're embracing it.
That's right. And the other thing is too is if you look back, they had. In a lot of the ideas that are put forward in some of these ancient documents, show, flying saucers or whatever, UFOs.
Yeah.
And there's talk of a nuclear war, and there's all these things, and I don't know if you've ever gotten into the Upanishads. You know what that is?
No.
You should check it out. You can find like English versions of it. And it's this. It's the oldest religious document known to man. And
okay.
Yeah. And
I know. Like I'm familiar with like Hammurabi and I don't know how I'm like so bad at the Indian pronunciation, but like
it's like
Mahabharata, like,
the Mahabharata.
And then you know, like the Emerald Tablet, like all that stuff, and
I love so this is Upanishads. Upanishads.
Oh yeah, okay.
Okay, so this is like the history of man, basically, and so there's this one part where I want to say is Natakoma.
Gnostic.
No, this kid's name's Natakoma, I think, and his father his father banished him to death, and so he wandered the land until he came to death's door, and when he knocked on death's door, death answered the door, and instead he asked for, because if a beggar comes to your door and begs alms from you, and you refuse him, it's a sin. It's like the worst sin. If somebody comes to your door and needs something, you don't give it to him. So death had to grant him this thing. So death granted him 3 questions he could ask. So that begins this whole journey into this discussion between him and death, and the questions that he asks. And so I highly recommend it if you haven't ever heard the. Matter of fact, I listened to it every night for like 6 months at night when I was going to sleep. The whole thing.
All right.
Yeah. It's worth your time for sure. It's fun. It's cool.
There's so many things to absorb. Like I'm looking at your YouTube chat and then the Nag Hammadi texts and that, and then you have like I feel like at this point we are kept from understanding everything by being hyper focused on just one text, one regional area, but they're all links in the same chain. And if you put them all together, it's like, I was raised Pentecostal, and then I went and lived with my family of that other place. I don't mind bringing it up if you don't, but
I don't care.
And it's like, honestly, neither of them were. I think if you have the mindset that you are the one and only understanding, then you're missing most of the point.
Well, I think one of the things that you see that anything having to do with the Abrahamic religions is where most of the turmoil in the world exists. And I think you see a dead silence anything having to do with Hindu. You don't hear anything about it.
But and I used to really think that, and to the point where I didn't want to pay attention to it at all. But then I realized that the literal interpretation of those religions are the sort of like antithesis of what they were trying to point out to you. And it's like, Jesus himself is like anti-religion. It's like religion is ruining all this stuff. And if you go read like the Gospel of Thomas, it's like there's all the Gospels that were removed are the ones that are telling you, the pure how stuff really is meant to be understood. And I like, this is a whole nother like episode, probably like weeks of episode.
The thing about it is that just like in Alcoholics Anonymous, there's a program called Alcoholics Anonymous. And there's a big book in Alcoholics Anonymous. So there's so many pages in the book, and a lot of those pages are people's stories. They're people's opinions. But the bottom line is the first 156 pages in that book is the program Alcoholics Anonymous. And anything other than that is somebody's fucking opinion. And it's
right.
the
Who
s-
wrote it though? And like the
it's
12
the s-
step, 12, the
it's-
number 12, like
listen,
that whole,
it's the same.
that,
It's
what's
the
that
s-
representing?
It's the same thing with religions. These Abrahamic
Religion, psychology, it's
These-
that Kabbalistic.
these Abrahamic religions. It's the same thing. Christians. It's their 10 commandments. 10 of them. There they are. It's just
Yeah.
like that book of Alcoholics Anonymous. I don't care how much more material there is in the Bible. There's 10 commandments right there. Man, if you want to know about Christianity, boom. It's just that easy. 10 easy steps. Just follow those rules right there. Bye bye.
Your 10-step program.
There you go. But the other point is like, you know, the bottom line is even more simple. It's simple than that. You know, out of all my discovery in, you know, different religions and different aspects of looking at things, the one thing, and this is backed up by research, the one thing that all religions across the planet and every aspect have always had and always will have and always agree on, the one thing is the golden rule. And realistically, that's all Jesus was teaching on her.
Exactly. Yep. If you do shit with love, then you're not messing up anyway.
That's right. And just like we were talking about earlier, when the universe doesn't know right or wrong, you know, right or wrong is an earthly perception of what's popular by the agreement reality. But you know,
I'm not really sure that for a lack of sounding Satanist, because I'm not a Satanist, but that's the only like mocked source of this thought line that I've ever heard. But you know, and finding out what you want to fear and what should be mocked might have some truth behind it. But you know, what is right and wrong, and who gets to decide that?
that's the thing.
And is there a right and wrong?
No, there isn't. I mean,
really
ultimately,
think there is.
I mean, ultimately, there isn't, because right and wrong is only in the eye of the beholder.
Right.
And
It's ultimately subjective.
It totally, yeah, it absolutely is. Because the thing is like I don't want to get, you know, too deep on any of this right now. But thing is, they throwing people, you know, chopping people up while they're screaming and throwing them on the grill. I mean, that used to be okay, and then people didn't have a problem with that. I mean, Santa Claus is his outfit's red because he's covered with blood. You know, I mean, the thing.
And the Easter eggs at the White House, they're red because they're soaked in blood. And nobody wants to look at that.
That's right. Nobody does want to look at that, but you know, it's right there.
What color are the Pope's shoes?
Well, just look at the Pope sitting on that chair in white. Okay, so like the reason there's a white patch over the throat of a priest is because, and his robe is black, is because he's absorbing the energy that's coming from the congregation.
Right.
And the white patch is the white spot is where the energy comes out of his larynx and throat back to
his throat chakra.
That's right. And so when you look at the Pope sitting on that devil chair, the big Satan chair with the giant beast behind it and all the skulls and shit, take a look at it, because he's surrounded by dudes that are dressed in black and red, and he's the only one dressed in white.
And the building itself, it's a serpent. It's a snake head.
That's right. But just like we were just saying, energetically, when you look at that setup, when he's sitting on that stage, he is the actual mouthpiece of the beast right there. He is the energetic. His energy goes out and away from the Vatican into the world. He is the mouthpiece. Just like the throat chakra of the priest, he is the throat chakra of the beast.
Right. And he calls himself, you know, the vicar of Christ,
That's
but no
right.
one should come in his name. So that instantly right there tells you, look away, son.
That's right. Well, you know, there's a reason Osiris's cock resides at the Roman Vatican in the city of London and in Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
Here is Underneath the Arctic by Buckethead. That's Smurfer Girl. Algo's there somewhere, but I know he's letting Smurfer shine. And that's cool, because Smurfer Girl, you kick ass. Here we go.
You kick ass, Jimmy.
I mean, I still don't think about it that way. I just like, it just goes back to what you're saying about losing yourself. Like, it is still sort of that same flow of, you know, you're just kind of, and I mean, honestly, since you've taught me, I feel like I've gotten better at getting back to being more present in the moment. So if I'm like, so I've been trying to play like classical lately, and I'll try to really work on, I don't really work on it, I just hear it as it's happening, and I try to play like very subtly and then very intense, explosive, like a lot more dynamically in those pieces. As when I was younger, they were kind of in a certain, they were just at a certain kind of volume or something. Now it's like, but it's almost as if I can play my life through a song, you know, or like play Bach, like I was playing this Bach thing, and it's like, I played it for a long time, but now it's like, I don't know, this is different for me to play it. I don't know if that makes any sense.
It makes total sense. Just elaborate on that, on what you just said, playing my life through a song.
I mean, it's kind of, having experiences of whatever somebody has in their life, and then for me the last 10 years have been really intense, like from emotionally, but because of that I feel that it's deepened that part of my playing, you know. It seems like, at least it feels deeper to me. I really can feel things more intensely, and then I can think, or even sort of, as I'm playing, see things in my mind or have memories, and those things I can just put them through the music, you know, and it's just different than it used to be.
This is, I think, such an important point, and it's so hard to articulate, so forgive me if I don't say it well, but
this is a song called Whispers Way by Buckethead. Whispers Way.
there's a difference between technical expertise, which you definitely have, and the feeling with which you play. And that feeling requires life experience. It requires, probably more than anything else, adversity, which we don't like. And I think what you're saying, correct me if I'm wrong, is that the longer you've lived, the more of that feeling comes through in your playing. A kid who doesn't really have that life experience can play very well, technically, but it's almost like he doesn't have the substance in him to give it the feeling that an older person can, actually.
Yeah, I know I have it. such a good childhood and such a good life that I didn't experience a lot of stuff until, you know, more recently. And that's just, it's definitely more intense for me now than it used to be. And especially if I just like really immerse in it and I'm present in it, it seems like it's a lot more. Afterwards, I'm like, wow, I feel like I just went through something. You know, like it's definitely, I don't know if that relates to it.
Yes, 100%, because you're actually having an emotional experience, even though you're quote unquote just playing music.
Yeah.
Do you want to say more about the experiences you've gone through in the last few years that have really deepened the emotional quality of your playing?
I mean, my mom and my father passed away, so that's been really tough.
Yeah.
So it's like, I feel like when I play there in the music, you know, it's like, because they used to like when I would play to them, you know, so.
So in a strange way, you can kind of feel their presence in the music?
I feel like a communication to them, you know? I feel like it opens like a gate to I don't know, it's hard to explain, but it's comforting, you know, it's like a very comforting thing. And, you know, maybe it reminds me of those times when I was
Yeah, so that shit literally brought a tear to my eye. I literally started fucking crying after he said what he said, but it's just that, you know, that whole thing, that music right there, just what he's saying, you know.
Yeah, that's a beautiful song. I think he's a beautiful person. He's kind. He has his own stuff like all of us do, and he's going through it, and he's sharing it. And I wonder, Jimmy, I know he's 51 years old this year, but I wonder, when was this interview? How long ago was this?
2017.
Okay, so he was 47-ish, going on 48, and he was diagnosed with afibrillation that can lead to stroke, heart attack, and death, and he had to reevaluate. And, you know, that's a good time in life to kind of check in and see where you are.
Well, 45 is, you know, I mean, I think that's supposedly, you know, a lot of people have what's called a Saturn return or whatever. And so I think, I'm not sure if that's at 45 exactly, but that's when I got cancer, was when I was 45.
Got it. Yeah.
So, but I'm just saying, I mean, you know, shit happens, you know. I mean, the thing about it is, when you look at, you know, a lot of these experiences that happen, like the king is always the king, the wounded king is a character. You know, the king that can't rule anymore because he's wounded.
Right.
You know. And did you want to jump in on that, Smurfer girl? The king that has the wound. You know, it's a lot. You know, a lot of these stories have leg wounded kings. You know, where there's some sort of a debilitating thing to the king that he has to overcome to actually be able to come back and rule the land once more.
The deadly head wound.
Could be a deadly head wound that you recover from. But I mean, you know, in general, like back in, let's talk, you know, medieval, you know, let's get medieval on your ass right now. And let's just talk about, for example, you know, let's talk about mythical figures. When the king's leg went bad and the land went fallow, you know, and the king couldn't, the people wouldn't follow the king anymore. And, you know, the king could still rule, but he was under the impression that he couldn't because he was a wounded king. He didn't have the power to rule until he could overcome the fact that overcome his wounded leg. Until he could overcome that wounded leg or that obstacle, only then could he take power as the king and reside in the energy that comes with being a king. But until then, no matter how powerful he is, because of his wounded leg, he can't be king. And it's the same thing with what Buckethead, you know, is got going on here. He has to overcome what he's got going on to be king. And what do you guys think about that? Go ahead.
That's like the you know, honestly, I don't know if this is just like a raw download of my higher self here, but it's like a self-forgiveness impulse that I'm feeling. You know, you have the writing on the wall. I'm doing the air quotes thing. You know, the biblical, like, I don't know how it went. But you know, the handwriting, the message on the wall, and I don't know enough Hebrew to say it properly, but you know, he loosed his brown breeches, he loosed his loins, and had to call for his servant to bring him his brown breeches because he wasn't ready for that stuff. And you know, it's like you think you're ready for this experience and having this position of power, and gosh darn it, nobody is really honestly above anybody else. And you have that ego, the freaking egotistical situation where somebody feels like they are just above and entitled to rule and make decisions for everybody else. But we're all, you know, equally entitled. We're all equally doing that.
Yeah, we all pull our trousers down to our ankles and sit on the pot just like everybody else.
Some people pull them way down to the ankles and bend over, and they never look back, to be honest.
Some people don't even do that, though. I mean, some people just, you know, let it rip or whatever. I mean, there's, I guess
it depends.
It depends. Exactly. I know.
I think of was, you know, FDR with his wheelchair that people didn't know at the time.
Oh.
JFK had Addison's disease. People didn't know that at the time. So at one point, we lived an authentic reality to where that king, that wounded king, had to overcome that to be the ruler. Then, well, yeah, they did. And at some point, they morphed it to where we're going to pretend that there are rulers, and we're going to pretend there are authority figures. And if this last year has taught us anything, people that have been paying attention for this last year have really looked around and said, you know what? There is no authority in this realm above me. Some
people have. Damn.
I hope they have, and they're going to say, I'm going to live my life the way I choose. In the same way, Jimmy, when you had to go create your own job, you had to go recreate it and do something because everything else didn't work, and you had to go figure it out without the rules that you were speaking of earlier. Hopefully, this last year has taught people that, and we can actually move forward in a sensible way with integrity and compassion and honesty and leave all this other bullshit behind us.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is you have to buy into the bullshit in the first place. And so if you have bought into it, the thing about it is, man, I get kind of lazy doing these shows, because the thing is I've done so many fucking shows. I've done literally thousands of hours of shows on shit. And before I did all those thousands of hours of shows, I fucking listened to thousands of hours of shows. Literally. Like, I literally went back and listened to every fucking Bill Cooper episode that he ever had. They used to have a site called Hot, the hour, the time, and you could listen to every MP3 in order. And I did. First I listened to the Babylon series. That was the first thing that turned me on to a lot of the material. And then I went on from there. But the thing that I found really interesting, which was at the time, was a revelation for me and put me in a certain headspace about the alternative media. This fucking woke my ass up with a quickness. And what it was we were in, 2006, 2007. That's where I was. Listening to these fucking Bill Cooper episodes, and what are they advertising? Gold. What are they advertising?
Gold and vitamin supplements.
No supplements, hardly at all. Storable food and gold. Same shit.
Isn't it called Vitalife or something?
Maybe, yeah, there was some shit, but it wasn't like it is today.
Get the tea, bitch. That's what it's called.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's funny, but it's not. The thing was, back then, people, there wasn't as much of it, and so people were really paranoid about making statements on the air, because back then they used to go fucking after you, man. If you said some shit on the air about some vitamins, the FDA would go after your ass. They didn't let you get away with it, but now there's so many that they can't stop it, so they just, it's selective enforcement, basically. So if you have something that really works, they'll fucking come down on your ass and make you the example, and then that throws the rest of the fleas off the dog, pretty quick. But I gotta say, I really honestly gotta say, you guys, I'm stoked you're here. I'm really, really stoked. And this is the type of show that I'm gonna be doing late night style when we're working over at Aftermath Media at the 10:30 show after Clyde Lewis. And I'm gonna say it right now. I mean, this show has been long and drawn out, and it didn't have to be. But the point is that there's no other fucking show on the face of the earth like this one. I mean, we're just talking about Buckethead right now. and
look where we got.
Well, the thing about it is, too...
Shit got real, man.
Shit is real, and the thing is that we're not only talking about Buckethead, but I'm also playing Buckethead music, which has not once got me a fucking hassle from the man over there. Which means this...
Because he's the man. He's real.
Well, that they like our show. They listen to it, but they don't let anybody else hear it. They want to keep it all to them fucking selves. Never say, oh, yeah, Jimmy's show is really great, man. I was listening to it last night. Man, I'm the best kept secret in the motherfucking alternative media, man. I'm the best source of show production anywhere in the face of the earth. You come here and get like 9 show ideas from just us kicking back talking. And so here we are, and you guys have kicked the ball down the field and raised the motherfucking bar, as far as I'm concerned. So, Smurfer girl.
That's nice. You're nice. Nice to say.
Smurfer girl, you kicked ass so far. And,
you.
And listen, we're only look at.
Danny's solid, man.
Listen. There's only 16 more minutes left of Buckethead, and then we're gonna get into the actual meaty of the matter. And
the yoga is coming up.
Oh no, yoga pants.
And I'm glad you're here, Smurfer girl, because you can help us suss this out, because I have a video.
Do it to it.
So you'll need to be able to watch the video if you can on YouTube. I'll make sure I put it up there full screen in its full glory, because what we want to find out. Don't tell me now. Because we got to tease it out a little bit.
Right.
Okay, so what we want to find out, is yoga evil? Because I've heard some Christians recently put forward the idea that yoga is the devil and yoga is evil, and so I'm open-minded. I'm not stupid. I mean, I've had girlfriends that were into yoga. I mean, but and I I've never really looked at yoga before, but I had a back problem a couple weeks ago. I had a sciatic nerve, and so I was looking for different ways that I might be able to mitigate some of those circumstances. And so one of those ways is stretching, so I looked up stretching on the internet, just, normal shit, looking up stretching. So here we are, like about, I don't know, a month later, and I'm just sitting there going over to YouTube. We're going to play some music, listen to some music, go on my homepage, and there's this video sitting there of the stretching. I guess they sent it, I haven't been looking at any stretching, but there was stretching there. I guess they, saw that I was looking, a few weeks ago. They wanted to remind me, hey, man, don't forget to stretch. And here's here's a stretching video. So I found this really, really great yoga teacher. This woman is a master. She's a maestro at her craft. I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna call it a craft because I'm
excited.
There's nothing else that you can. Listen, I could not the visual. Okay, that's coming up. This is not a radio. This is a video. You need to see this visual. Like after I got done describing this on Aftermath Media, we'd probably get like 1,000 subscribers over here. Because when you guys when you guys react to what you're gonna see, it will be too much for anybody to even stand. Because
damn, Jimmy, I don't think we have the same guru.
I'm gonna tell you right now. Well, we may. Is her name Penelope?
No.
Okay, well
it's Buckethead tonight.
Tonight is Bucket.
It might be later though.
Well, you don't want to put a bucket over Penelope's head. Well, you probably, you definitely don't want to. That's another thing about Penelope. Not, there's yoga, instructors. They could be male. You know what I mean? But I'm just gonna say, any male heterosexual man, if this video, if the thumbnail of this yoga stretching exercise video was there, I think a lot more men would be into the yoga. I bet you'd see. I bet you'd see. I'll bet you'd see a spike, so to speak.
So
are you feeling like John Travolta right now?
You're saying the blue vein is going to kick in.
That's what I'm saying. But I'd say you might even see a rise or a spike in the memberships at the local yoga spots.
There you go.
Sweet.
Yeah, man. All right. Well, this, I don't want to tease it out too good. I am good at teasing it out. But here is Buckethead with the last. You guys want to just go full Monty?
Run it all the way, brother.
Full Monty and just get it over with, right? Algo's like, fuck, man. This shit's been going on for like 4 hours, dude.
Oh, come on now. 4 more hours.
No, I'm good. Just run it.
Alex in the chat. Let's go, Jimmy. Stop talking. Okay, Alex. I'll stop talking, bro. Here we go. Ready? Take a deep breath, bro. Let it out. And just remember, it's 4:20, always.
It's all good, Alex.
My watch is stopped at 4:20.
Can't kind of comprehend, not that I know a whole lot, but it's like pretty crazy. So you've inspired me a lot since I've known you. And I think about the things you've taught me a lot. They run through my mind a lot, and it's sometimes really randomly, like I won't even know, and then it'll, like a light bulb that comes on, I'm like, oh, and then I can handle something. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if that applies exactly like to being inspired.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Oh no,
I really appreciate it.
That's the absolute truth. Like, you're one of the greatest people I think there is.
Thank you.
For sure. And then Bootsy Collins, he's been like a mentor to me, and I was a huge fan of his as a kid. And then, my friend Brain got him a videotape of me, gave it to Bill Laswell, and Bill Laswell gave it to Bootsy. And that really changed my life because I got to meet Bootsy, and he became like, he guided me through so much stuff, you know, and he did it in a way that was so, you know, just, it was always from a place of feeling, you know, not a place of like, you should do this because then you can get this. And it was always from a heavy kind of place of something that almost like a magical place, you know, and I always felt intense spiritual feeling with him, you know, like always, you know, just to even now when I talk, it's always been there, and it's hard to believe because that's like one of my heroes, and then he befriends me and looks out for me, and
okay,
so that like, you know, and then there's like, I really love Michael Jordan. I have this post.
I just want to stop it here. So his mom died, and so earlier when he was talking, he talked about his mom, and you know, he talked about emotions, and he talked about living his life through his music. And so here, this is the composition that he put out. This is called Hold Me Forever, in memory of my mom.
Oh.
In my room I still have it on my wall. It's like, he just talks about how he, in his career, he's missed all these shots, and over and over again I fail, and that's why I succeed. And that poster really just, I love that because it just gives you that feeling of like, you just go for it. Don't see failure as like a green light, not, you know, that, you know, just like, okay. And then that was a guitar. Player, I love Paul Gilbert. The first time I saw him play was at the NAMM show, and this is the one memory that I always go to. And he was at the NAMM show, and he was in a booth, and he was playing. And I went there to see Yngwie, who I was like, at that time, his album just came out, and he was the baddest. And then Paul was in some booth, and he was just it was insane. He was just ripping, and he's just sitting there in this booth, and like, I just never seen, he had so much control, but he was also, it's just like you had said to me one time, a long time ago, the best way to plant a seed or inspire somebody is by flowing in front of them.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what that was. Like, he was just doing it, and it just to this day, it's still the most intense memory I have of like anyone playing that makes me want. And he was at the NAMM show, and he was in a booth, and he was playing, and I went there to see Yngwie, who I was like, at that time he was.
I just want to say, he says something really important right there. One of the most important things that he said in this whole interview, and he just said to be able to flow in front of people, and that's something that only somebody like him, a creative person, would know what that means. Because people have a flow. You know what I mean? And so people don't walk around just giving shit away for free. It's like you got a flow. It's like something you'd keep. He's playing these songs. That song he wrote for his mom. He was flowing for his mom, but he wasn't doing it for an audience or for any money. And he was exposing himself emotionally by that's the thing. It's like one of the things I wanted to bring up, and I haven't brought it up yet, is that there's a certain Yngwie Malmsteen. Yngwie is great, man. But there's a thing about musicians, and there's a thing about playing music, and I'm sure that Smurfer girl, you'll agree. There's something in algo. There's something called pianoing. And what that means is you play lighter, or you play with a lighter touch to make what you're doing go lower in volume. But you never change in the volume of your equipment. You're just playing with a lighter touch. It's like playing pool. It's finesse. It's to know when to piano down, at a certain moment. Musicians have this emotional, and so when a guitar player or a brilliant guitar player, composer is playing a lead, it's called speaking. And, so yeah, he knows how to speak, and he does on these songs. Do you guys want to jump in on that concept?
You're not trying to tell us to take it down a notch, are you there?
No, I was not. I was not. I was trying to turn you up a notch.
I do that at my job with language, Jimmy.
You do what?
I piano down with language and with intonation, and I do it in my writing, and it's very effective. So
it is.
I will speak softer and a little bit slower, and then the listener has to engage in a way where I have control of the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, there you go. So the thing is everything matters in tonality and the harmonic response and resonance to whatever's coming out of your mouth. Because if you don't understand the language, it's just somebody standing there making noises, man. And so if you're going off somebody standing there making noises, the guy's waving his hands, his eyes are like fucking 50-cent pieces and shit.
Yep.
You don't know what the fuck he's saying. That's the same thing with a dog. When you yell at a dog doesn't know what the fuck you're saying. You're just standing there looking all angry, making noises, man. You know what I mean? It's like us looking at apes, gorillas making noises. It's like the silverback gorilla. It's one of the most terrifying beasts on the face of the earth, man. People are tripping about Bigfoot. Man, fuck Bigfoot. Go look at him.
Oh my God, no.
Go look at a silverback gorilla, boy. And they just come at you, man. They just sit there. They're sitting there in the jungle, just sitting there, their black ass eyes hiding in the bush, eating bananas and shit. You're walking by. Next thing you know, they just come out, start beating their chests and shit. Meanwhile, they got
no hesitation.
No hesitation. And they have no intention of even doing anything to you. And all they do is they'll go up to this certain point, and then they just fucking all of a sudden get slow, start walking the other way. But then, it's the same thing, and you'll notice the same thing in these alpha male confrontations with certain racial groups. It's the same exact dynamic in a lot of alpha male confrontation groups, whatever color they are. But the beast will come and make noise to scare away the other, combatant. And if the noise that's made is loud enough and the chest beating is good enough, the person making that noise never has to throw a blow.
Yeah.
Never has to actually come.
That cultural alpha, that it doesn't matter how big they are.
No, it doesn't. And the other thing about it is, too, there's a cultural aspect that if, different people of different color get together, it's a weird dynamic because the kind of stuff that a black man can get over on a white woman, he could never do in a million years with a black woman. No way a black man could get away with the kind of shit they get away with white chicks. Period. Because
and that's all more media cultural brainwashing too.
Right.
I'm just saying
on
man.
Both ends.
I'm just
Can
saying.
I tell you about the light brown ones though? The light brown ones will stab you.
Well, hey, when I was a kid growing up, my buddy.
I'm light brown if I go to the tanning bed long
You're
enough.
not light brown enough. No.
When I was a kid growing up, I had a buddy, and his brother-in-law was a pimp. And his name, actually, now that I think about it, there was 2 pimps in my childhood, and I lived in like one of the highest brow neighborhoods in the world. Anyways, this pimp, I used to buy dime bags of weed from him when I was a kid. I go down to his house, and he was like older, because my buddy and I were the same age, and this guy was an older pimp. I used to go down and buy weed from him down the street from my house. He lived in a highbrow neighborhood, but his ladies were, in other areas. This is where he lived. But anyways, you guys think I'm making this shit up, but I swear to God.
No.
His name was Quasar.
Sweet.
No way.
I swear to God.
What year was that? Dude.
It's like
76.
Yeah, probably 76, man. His name was Quasar. Okay. Okay, and the reason his name was Quasar. Are you ready for this?
I'm not sure, but lay it on me.
This is why he's my friend's brother-in-law, because he was married to my friend's sister, Bobby Dyson.
Bobby Dyson.
Yeah, and Bobby was, Brazilian, Brazilian dude, and he was black,
Right.
At least he didn't say Pulsar.
No.
I was gonna lose my shit.
No, his name was Quasar, and the reason is because Bobby's sister fucking caught Quasar cheating on her. And when he was in bed that night sleeping, she fucking stabbed him 17 times with a butcher knife, with one of those French knives. She stabbed his ass 17 times while he was in bed, and he had to get a blood transfusion. I swear to God, I'm not making this up. He had to get
Dude, no, I totally believe you. The brown ones will stab you. I'm just telling you.
I don't think it matters what color they are.
No, man. She wasn't even...
Well, I'll stab you.
She'll stab you, man, if you cheat on her, period. It doesn't matter what color you are. And black lady will grab that fucking French knife and chop you to pieces, man. And she tried. She tried to kill Quasar.
Wow.
She didn't kill him, though. He came back stronger. He came back as Quasar, the pimp. He came back as Quasar, the killer pimp, back from the dead. And he said the reason that he was multicultural now was because he had gotten this blood from so many different people.
Got it.
That he felt like he was now part of another race. He was almost an alien. Back then they had TVs called quasars. Quasar. We could probably find that.
Yeah, Quasar was a great electronics company.
Yeah. So, there was Quasar. And he had a 65 Lincoln with suicide doors, man. I'm serious.
That's a badass pimp right there, my friend.
I'm telling you right now, man, that Lincoln.
Was it black?
No, it was green.
Not a 64. Come on.
It was green. That thing was green with a black top, black interior.
Green Lincoln with a black Landau top and suicide doors.
And it was powder green, too.
Oh, that's a bad mofo right there.
When he went to the shop, dude, he said, man, look at this motherfucker right here. He said, look at this bill. You see this 100? You see this Ben? You see this Franklin? I want my car to look exactly like this bill. Man.
17 stab wounds is an awful lot of stitches.
Well, dude, I didn't count his stitches, but he did pull up his shirt to verify, and I did know my buddy's sister did, the deed.
Effed him up.
So, yeah, but I don't even know how we went down that road. I'm not sure I'm happy we did, but, I mean...
Hey, here we are.
Now that I'm thinking about it, I mean, I just got done telling you about this other dude who blew his brains out fucking that owned the club, and now here's Quasar rising from the dead.
It's been a real night.
It has been a night. And we're still got what do we got here? And we still haven't even gotten it is yoga.
Still got Buckethead and Yoga.
Yoga Head Evil? I don't know. Hey, Yoga Head. Maybe
Yoga Head's not evil, but we still got a little more Buckethead. Don't
maybe
we?
somebody remember how remember how when they used to rob banks, they used to pull they would pull nylons over their face, so it pressed.
Oh, that works.
So it pressed their faces down. Well, now.
Oh, that should be my new mask.
Well, maybe now we start a new thing called Yoga Head, where you take yoga pants and stretch them over your head and make a mask. Cut out some eye holes and shit.
I could get a size 3 and put it over my big old head.
That'd be
Whatever happened to blowing up the condom with your nose? People not do that anymore?
I don't know.
1980s movies.
I never did that, but I did.
What?
I did tie cherry stems in a knot with my tongue.
With your tongue, Jimmy.
I did. And wow.
Did you unwrap the Starburst?
No, I didn't do that, but because I was in a bar, so I would take the cherry out of the containers where you made drinks. Because I'm working behind the bar, I would tie that cherry in a knot, and I'd see you reaching for your cigarette down the bar, and I'd take a pack of matches and I'd pull one match out and have it right on the striker, and when you pull your cigarette out, I'd go. And fucking toss that match, and it would slide down the bar and land right in front of you, right there, to light your cigarette. And then
got some Rico Suave shit going on here.
That was some serious shit, but I ain't even kidding either. I'm totally being serious with you.
Jimmy got laid a lot.
I believe it.
Well, let's just put it this way: I made a lot of money in tips.
And Jimmy got laid a lot back then.
Well, let's just say, hey, any bar, the best bar you go to is because of the bartenders,
I bartended for 2 years, Jimmy, and it was in a sleepy suburban part of Denver.
Uh-huh.
And if you had a couple of tricks, if Jimmy could slide the match down the bar, Jimmy got laid a lot.
Well, let's just say, I worked in a nightclub where there was bands playing 3 nights a week. So, on a certain level, just to say, on a certain level, at some point, it's not as important as it used to be because it's so...
Right.
I'm just saying, it's like living in a tourist town. It's like every 2 weeks, there's a fresh crop of suckers with full pockets, and then they leave a week later. So if you're gonna be like somebody you want to live a good life, you just go to a tourist town and live there, man. Every 2 weeks, people change, and people just run the same game on the different people every 2 weeks.
Yep.
Like in ski towns and shit, ski bums.
Oh yeah, you hung out in Colorado. You know what it's like.
It doesn't matter where it is, man. There's always somebody. You know what I mean? It's just funny. It's just, you know, this is some Zoe in the child sniffing yoga pants. Well, I wasn't talking about that part of the wearing that part over my face. I was talking about, you know, like a leg, you know, like they did. I wasn't talking about the crotch area, but we'll go there though in a minute. We can continue to talk about that. Don't be scared. Don't be afraid. And you know, it's getting late, so now it's late enough that there will never be any children listening to the conversation that's about to happen when we get into this video. This video is going to be, I would even say, could be as fucking shocking as a side freak show at the side tent at In the Microcosm. I mean, this shit is so intense. You've almost probably never seen anything like it in your life. Step right up, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready. You know what I'm saying? But let's finish up with Buckethead.
Album just came out and he was the baddest. And then Paul was in some booth and he was just it was insane. He was just ripping, you know, and he's just sitting there in this booth and like, I just never seen, he had so much control, but he was also, it's just like you had said to me one time, a long time ago, the best way to, you know, plant a seed or inspire somebody is by flowing in front of them. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what that was. Like he was just doing it, and it just to this day, it's still the most intense memory I have of like anyone playing that makes me want to rip, you know? Mm-hmm. And it's like, I wish I had a video of that, you know, of anything. But, and the crazy thing was I got to know him and he taught me, and I have every lesson on, I still have all the lessons, and and he really gave me a belief in myself that I needed, because I wasn't around a lot of that. So it was incredible to have. I mean, my parents were super supportive, but
you weren't around a lot of musicians.
Yeah, well, people that were like, the way he was encouraging, and honestly, more than anything, it was just seeing him and how he, you know, more than even him teaching, it was how he dealt with his environment, because he lived in this tiny little apartment, and it was just nothing touched him. He wasn't even aware. He just was so focused on playing, and that was so huge, you know. And he just was a great teacher. He is a great teacher, but and at that time I was lucky because he accepted me to take lessons from him. And luckily my mom and dad drove me to him, you know, because he was pretty far away. But like just being around him and getting to see that, like when you talk about momentum, and that was pure momentum. Like he was just like a laser focus. And it was incredible to have been around him at that time, you know. And
it's so interesting to go back to the discussion of identity, because it sounds like what really inspired you is that his identity was organized around the music, not the apartment he lived in or anything else.
Yeah. And I mean, seeing him at that NAMM show in that booth, it was like he was just gone, you know. He was just, I don't know what he would say about it, but to me, that was the baddest thing I've ever seen. Like, because it was just somebody at the peak of what they could do, and they're just doing it. Like seeing Michael Jordan or Bruce Lee, or to me, it's like there's those moments, like those are kind of things that they don't leave, because at least for me, they don't leave my mind, because that was seeing somebody in that flow state, you know.
Yeah, you're seeing someone give their all to something. It almost doesn't matter what it is, but when you see someone give everything that they have to something, it's inspiring. It makes you want to be that good.
It did, seriously. I mean, I tried to get my fingers to look like his fingers, you know. I think my fingers grew after I saw him, because he's got crazy fingers, you know. So.
That's amazing.
But there's another guitar player, Sean Lane. He passed away, but he's it's beyond guitar. He's like just a super, like, no, he's just like from outer space. I don't know. He was probably the most incredible musician I've ever seen and heard, and just like totally, it's beyond what I even can understand. But I got to hang around him a few times, and he was like, he took so much information, and I've never seen anything like that, like where he could just read many books in a day, and he had just like a memory where he could remember everything. And anyway, that's a whole nother, that's a long story to get into, but he is an insane inspiration. It's sad he's gone, but he's not gone in a lot of ways, you know, like he's probably, I think with people like that, their energy is way beyond their physical self. I mean, I think he'll be around forever because it's just too big. Like Bruce Lee's around, like there's just certain people that transcend, like Jimi Hendrix, like their energy's bigger than their physical. That's how I see it, you know.
Well, it goes back to what you said about when you play, you feel like your parents are, in a way, their energy is playing through you in a sense.
Yeah, that's true.
You have any questions for me that you want to ask?
I want to know if what you want, I mean, what are the things you see that I'm not doing, you know, that I could be doing better? And the thing with my heart is definitely like, it rattles my cages or whatever, you know. It's like pretty intense. I guess how to handle that, or how to, because, you know, I get scared sometimes of a stroke or dying or whatever, and I mean, I guess that's when I'm pretty weak, but like I'll work out now, and my heart, like I'll feel pains that I never felt. And those things are like, they kind of are just there now. So I know we talked about it a little before, but I'd say those two things.
Yeah.
I don't know if those are good questions.
They're great questions. Look, I'm not an MD, so you've got to consult with a doctor about the medications and what you should be doing for your physical heart. But beyond that, yes, there's something that I really want you to do in the most disciplined way you possibly can, which is worrying about your heart won't help your heart. In fact, it'll probably hurt your heart. So when you find yourself interrupting a flow state, like you'll be playing guitar or writing in your journal or something, and thinking or worrying about your heart when you're not really going to do anything about it at that moment. Number one, I want you to give Part X a resounding fuck you. And number two, I want you to immediately turn your attention to what you were doing and throw yourself into it as if your life depended on it. Because it does. You know, your spirit depends on it. Your music depends on it. Everything that you were born to do depends on it. And there has to be almost like a little bit of a sense of urgency about that. And I think part of what you brought up earlier and what you've said to me before is that this whole decade of dealing with physical problems, but especially this heart thing, has given you more of a sense of like life is precious. And I want you to put that into this decision to turn your attention back to whatever it is you were doing and not let your mind fall prey to worry. Again, take care of yourself, but worry isn't taking care of yourself. It's just fucking with your mind. So I would say that, and I would say that in general, you had that year in 2009, which for a lot of different reasons,
Mike Dawes. One man, one guitar. Oh yeah. So hopefully you guys went and took a pee, and Algo, you went and saw a man about a horse, got some tea or whatever. You guys are ready to take a look at some of this evil. This evil.
I think we're ready for the yoga, Jimmy.
Is it really evil?
Well, I don't know. We're
gonna find out.
We are about to venture. Hold on a second. I was smoking some weed.
Uh-oh.
And now, hey, Mountain.
All I have is chocolate chip cookies, but I'm probably good.
They sound good, though. They sound delicious. Absolutely. So with a little milk is always good if you have chocolate chip cookies.
I like to take it dry, Jimmy.
Do you? Well, that always is. Some people like to have the cookie dry. Other people enjoy a little lubrication would go with their cookie. And let's just me say there is a big difference between homogenized milk
and raw milk.
And raw milk. If you can find a place where you can actually go down, get yourself some. In a bottle where the cream is on top,
Oh, yeah.
We used to get
That's the good stuff.
The milkman used to stop by and drop off cream at this cream-topped milk in my neighborhood quite a bit when I was a child. I remember back opening those bottles of chocolate milk, how sweet it was. You know what I mean? It was absolute. Yeah. You could never. You can go drink chocolate milk right now, but it ain't gonna taste like that.
We still get the cream top here, but it's not marketed for humans.
Huh. So
It's for air quote dogs.
Nice. So do you feed your dogs? Do you have dogs?
I don't have any dogs, Jimmy.
Well, do you think they do when you go down there? Do they go, man, where's your dog?
No, because they're drinking it too.
There you go. That's what I'm saying.
We have co-ops in Colorado where if you're part of the raw milk co-op, you can get 4 gallons a week off the books. And I'm part of the co-op. I don't drink that much. I only get like one once a month. But we can get raw milk in Colorado.
Well, listen, dude. If you're in Colorado, I got 3 words for your ass right now.
Duck and cover?
No. No.
Guns and Lake?
No. Crystal River beef.
Oh, yeah, no, Crystal River beef. No, you're not full of shit. Yeah, you're exactly right.
And let me tell you this, man, you can ship it. They will ship your ass some steaks.
One of the best farms in Colorado.
Yeah, and what's cool about it? It's in Carbondale, and one that's cool. Carbondale is one of the fucking baddest places to live. I swear to God, it's really cool. Full moons in Carbondale, the whole town rides their bikes around the outskirts of the town, and everybody just gets fucked up and drinking beer and shit.
Even in the wintertime.
Even in the wintertime. And it's like they used to drive cattle down the streets in Carbondale, literally, like bighorns and shit.
No, they still do, Jimmy.
Well, and the other thing was, do you remember this, in Carbondale, they also have on the first Friday, they close down the main street, and everybody just, all the bars, it's just open air party in the main drag, which used to be dirt. But now it's it's a little cobbled. It's a cobbled out little sweet spot, man. You can't even get near that bitch with fucking less than $500,000 in your hand, and there's nothing right now.
Nothing.
No, there was a moment, dude, and that moment has passed, man. Everybody who's going to Colorado and not on the western slope, they're there, and the rest of anybody else is renting. Period. And you ain't buying shit. You can't even buy a trailer, a mobile home.
Oh my.
Seriously, man, that's one of the sweet spots, especially because of the water in that spring. The quality of the water and the mineral content, and then combined with the Yampa vapor caves right there.
Everything from Carbondale to Fraser is the sweet spot.
You guys are making this up.
Nope.
Just to break my heart.
Not making it up, I swear to God. The water, you can go there on vacation, because right now, man, the main hotel, the old school hotel, like this bitch was built back in the day when this thing wasn't like, I mean, back in the day, Doc Holliday came here for his emphysema because of the vapor caves and these springs. The Yampa Indians, this was a sacred space where they go for healing and shit. So I mean, these waters, man, I'm telling you, they built this badass like old school hotel, and they're actually renting rooms out pretty cheap right now because they want to get people coming back because of what happened. And they give you a free pass to the pool, and you get breakfast too, and you stay in this old fucking. I mean, seriously, I'm not even bullshitting you when I say the fireplaces in this hotel, in the lobby, are literally 6 feet tall, and like 10 feet wide.
It's an inherited hotel.
Oh yeah,
Danny.
totally.
It's totally haunted too. You come in there and they just go, "Oh, it's a great day at the Hotel Colorado."
So let me guess, it was only 2 floors high above those fireplaces, but each floor was like 15 foot ceilings back.
No.
Built in the 1870s, allegedly.
Yeah.
1851, of course.
Mm-hmm. Even FDR went there, got off the train, went there. And but the vapor caves, you go down there and it's literally just water is in there. It's like 6 inches deep, and it's in these like stalactite like looking, I don't even know how to describe them. They're like drains, or they're pools, but they're not big enough to be pools, but this water's just running through there. And as that bitch runs through there, the vapors are coming off that water. The water's like 100 and some odd 20 degrees in there. And you go down these steps and you go into this fucking cave. And they got all these benches that are carved out of this stone that are in there. It's made out of the same shit that the cave is. They got these benches sitting there. You go in there and they got this, there's like a faucet. There's a bunch of these like containers. You know, they're like little plastic containers, like you wash dishes in them. Except you're not washing dishes. You're fucking sticking your feet in there, man, in cold water because it is so hot in there. In order for you to even stay in there and start to absorb these vapors that you're absorbing.
All the time I wasted in Juniper Springs in Florida.
Do you remember the color of the rocks? The color of the water on the rocks, all the different colors?
Yeah, I mean, there's greens and there's rusts and, you know, dark browns. But here's the thing. It's not just one room, okay? There's like a nook where there's a bench in there. There's enough room for, you know, a couple people. And then there's another area where there's another nook. There's like 2 or 3 little nooks. And then there's like an area where there's a bunch of people could sit. But I mean, a bunch of people is like 10 people before it starts to be weird, you know. You know what I mean? But the thing is,
it's a little swinger-ish at that point.
Especially when they take off their towels.
Yeah, a little swingerish.
I know, because everybody's on vacation. You know, like, fuck it, man. Nobody knows me here. It's gonna be.
What happens in Colorado stays in Colorado.
Exactly.
Oh God, no! And I'll tell you the interesting thing: if you hear about towns in Colorado, they're actually named after the stuff. So Carbondale was a big coal town. Silver Plume was a big silver place. Leadville was exactly where they got lead. I mean, it's named as simply as you can imagine.
Well, I don't know about that, but what I do know is these nooks and these caves and these vapors. If you got listen, man, I get nothing from it. I'm just telling you, man. I'm telling you, I went there. I'm telling you, the shit is magical, dude. I'm telling you, I survived, nigga. See what I'm saying? I went there when I got done with my chemotherapy. I sat in that water for fucking weeks. For a week, every day I sat in there all fucking day. When I got out of there, when I left and came back to go get my radiation treatments, I had literally my legs, my kneecaps were sunburned because I was sitting on the edge of the pool in the water with my knees out of the water. I'm telling you, man, and I'm telling you, I had lung issues when I moved back there. Started going in fucking caves. I shit you guys not, man. If you got lung issues, you go there, it'll fucking clear that shit up like that. So so check this out. It's hotter than it's literally hotter than hell. It's like hell in there. Some people can't take it, man. And like if you're claustrophobic and shit, or you can't. Some people can't handle it. But the thing is you just bust up the stairs real quick. Up the stairs and out, and you're in the atrium. There's an atrium right there where they have this flowing waters where you can just drink water and shit and sit in the atrium, just like breathe there. And it's like, you go back down in there, it's hotter than hell even more. But what you do is now you got your feet in that cold water. Now you get these towels. You get a towel. You soak that shit. You soak it in water. You put it over the top of your head. See, so now your feet are in that bucket and that towel's over your head. So now it's cooling it down enough for you to breathe it because it's hotter than literally. It's hotter than hell in there. It doesn't
Start
stink.
to breathe.
It does not stink either. Like it's not sulfurized. But one of the things that's in there, man, just to let you know, one of the shits in there that's vaporizing is lithium, Jack.
Yep. It's in the rocks.
That's right. So you just hop all in there and you start getting.
Makes you nice and chill though.
People don't understand why they're so relaxed when they come out of there. But the lithium in the rocks in most of the hot springs in Colorado do give people that mellow buzz.
Why do you think it's in the chemtrails?
Everybody's smiling, man. And
not even joking.
Not even kidding. I know you're not.
What do you want?
So you got some yoga for us?
I do, man.
Do we get to see yoga ass? Come on, Jimmy.
We do, but okay, but let me just, you know how when you go out and you're having a dinner, and
I'm about to drink some mud, and I think you.
You know how when you're having dinner and you're gonna move from one course to another, and you're gonna now you've gone from the meat, and now maybe you're moving on to dessert, or you're gone from the salad, this type of thing. And what you want to do is you want to clear the palate.
That's right.
Okay.
Eat that sorbet, baby.
All right. Well, here's some sorbet as I get us ready for. I'm gonna remove. Well, I don't want to remove the chop, but believe me, you need to see in order for you to determine. In order for you to make a full determination of whether you think yoga is or is not evil, will require a full screen effort on my part, which will then require the shot to be smaller, but at the same time, it's almost worth it to have half the screen shot and half the screen yoga just to see, and so I can really smell what you guys are cooking as far as.
We trust you.
I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to split screen it with the chat. I mean, I almost don't want to even show my face because, I mean,
come on.
I might not be able to pay attention too much to how I look, and I might end up looking stupid.
I'm going to fall out of my chair, Jimmy. Come on.
As I'm gaping at these, as I'm gawking.
Her ass is at the very edge of her
I
chair.
am like not even on the edge. I'm like I'm just like kind of touching it.
All right,
Those cheeks are going to fall off.
All right, here we go. Let's see how
Beyond falling off.
Let me try to arrange this. I'll tell you what I can do. What I'll do is I'll stay on here, but I'll reduce. You'll only see the immediate shot. You won't see. I'm going to make it smaller. You won't see like the whole conversation anymore. You're only going to see part of it, but so you guys your reaction pieces can be there.
Nice.
As a matter of fact, maybe what I'll do is I'll put your reaction below the video and hide the top part of you with the video itself, and that will put you right below, just below what's the action, so to speak.
There you go.
Oh my.
Maybe we should mute.
Oh my God! You might. No, I mean,
I'm not gonna say shit. I'm just
It
gonna
might
watch
get a little heavy in here. Come
It
on.
might get heavy in here. Just saying, because
If you can control your breathing, you don't have to mute. If you can't, then
Well, the
mute
thing
up.
is, the thing about it is, man, the thing that's so interesting about it is, beyond just the yoga and, like we were talking about earlier, everybody being in yoga pants. So I'm just assuming yoga is a popular subject. So I thought, if we put yoga and we were looking at yoga tonight on the show, maybe Google will throw us an extra couple of clicks or whatever, throw the show out there. Because, everyone's interested in yoga nowadays, it seems like I was saying earlier. It seems like every female that I come in contact with, and some males even, wearing these yoga, because I live in Santa Cruz, California. Some of these yoga people with these pants, they're everywhere. It's like everywhere I go, they're on their way to yoga or coming home.
Well, yeah, but in fairness, yoga pants are inexpensive, and you don't need a belt, and you don't need to match your clothes to it. You can just put on these black things that stretch over your ass and go.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's like skinny jeans, man. You can't wear skinny jeans unless you're skinny.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
That's the problem. Or you can wear them even though you're not skinny, and then, like, I've noticed this style. I don't even know where the fuck it came from. But all of a sudden, it's like every dude on our local news, all these people that are on TV, they're slightly overweight, and they wear shit that's like 2 sizes too small. So and they're wearing, it's like
what's up with that?
It's like a 3-button jacket, but they got the middle button, and so the fucking thing is like bulging out. Their guts are fucking. It's like it looks like
you're not saying fat guy in a little coat situation.
That's
are you?
I don't know what I'm saying.
Pretty close.
I'm saying fucking 200 pounds.
Come on, sing it.
I'm saying 200 pounds of shit in a 50-pound bag is what I'm
There
saying.
you go.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know, man.
That guy in a little coat.
Wouldn't it just be nice? Wouldn't it be nice if? Why doesn't somebody get that guy a fucking stylist and get him a coat that's a little bit too big, so he doesn't?
Right.
So he's like a stretch of canvas or whatever.
That's what we used to do back in the day, right? So you had the big fat sports guy on news. His coat was so big you didn't know he was fat. He just looked gigantic.
Why do you think these ladies keep wearing the stretchy pants?
Yeah.
Like we're gonna go back to jeans, yo.
Well, hey, man.
It hurts.
What I say is forget the pants. Go straight leggings, and then nothing else with a mask.
Or a dress.
Wait, with a mask?
Yeah, just the regular old construction mask that we're all wearing around, pretending like we need. So you can hide.
Oh no, I don't do that.
See here, you can hide behind the mat. Well, you can wear a bandana.
Yeah, we don't wear any of that stuff, Jimmy.
I don't do that.
Well,
no, me neither.
Well, even if you do or you don't, if you're robbing a bank, would you?
No. I'd shoot the camera out first.
Well,
I'd probably shut down the electrical grid first.
Yeah, I'm not.
Confuse the AI a little bit, scramble the signals, and then open the door.
Nah, you'd be better off with some. You can buy something that comes from China. That's like a walkie-talkie, and we could talk about it off the air. But anyways, let's.
I've got a couple of those, and I kind of piss people off when I use them.
I put the LED lights in my ball cap, which flash at the flicker rate that fucks up
Yes, and the cameras, they can't tell who you are, Jimmy. We're gonna have to catch them up.
Well, all I know is this.
We got yoga coming.
Yeah, yoga ass. It doesn't matter. Nothing else matters.
That's right. Here we go. Nothing else matters, and anything goes. My name's Jimmy. We're not in Inglewood. People that want the good shit, they know which show to come to. That's right. You're in with the in crowd now. Man. There it is. Here, we gotta get our banner in proper size in case anybody sees us that we're live and they want to see what the show's about. Extreme yoga. Is it bad? Is it good? Is it evil? Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know. But what I do know is I want to say, here's Penelope, and she has a channel of her very own on YouTube. And I want to introduce everybody to Penelope, Smurfer Girl, Penelope Smurfer Girl, and Algo. There's Penelope.
Hi, Penelope.
She's our.
I think she and I could be friends.
Well, I'll tell you what. She's a person whose time has come, and I think she deserves recognition for her talents and her abilities far beyond those of any mortal man. And let me just say,
Penelope's very flexy.
Well, let me just say, she has yet begun to fight. And let me say this: she is not going to walk a mile for a camel.
Okay, get it out of his mouth.
But what
right there with you.
But what she is going to do, she's not going to walk a mile for a camel. But what she is going to do is she's going to make like Mr. Chesterfield and satisfy. So if you want to learn how to stretch, I'm gonna prove myself that I haven't, I just somehow this ended up in my feed, so I'm gonna prove it right now. I have not subscribed to this channel, so I'm not a subscriber.
You don't have to prove nothing to nobody.
No, I'm gonna go subscribe. I'm gonna prove it right now, I want you guys to all know, I'm not playing fucking games. Now look, see, I'm subscribing. Right here it goes. Ready? Okay, now I've now become a subscriber because I've learned so much with Penelope and her practice.
I'm learning some stuff too.
I kind of feel like I want to try that.
Well, listen, she breaks it off in a way that I don't think you've ever seen. And this is where we have to ask ourselves. Because I think it's really, it may be nonsense that it's evil, but I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm not buying it.
Well, wait till you see the mantra and the lip reading that is coming up.
Well, that's the thing. That's what I brought up earlier. I'm afraid that...
I don't know. I've done Kundalini yoga, and it was pretty epic.
I'm sure it was. And, we could talk more about that another time, and maybe even after we see a bit of some of these...
I'm thinking she's a little beyond that, though.
Yeah. Yeah, she's at next level.
I don't know if they've named that kind of yoga yet.
Our bodies are not designed to do that.
No,
that's amazing.
No, man, I'm telling you right now, you're going to want, after you see a few of these stretches, You will become a fucking subscriber, man. And I'm telling you, she should be getting paid for this shit. I'm serious.
Are you going to put the link in the chat?
I will. I will put it in there. But listen, seriously. Okay. Seriously, I mean, in the old days, if an agent saw this, he would run to her and sign her up in a contract, and he would be getting 33 1/3 of this shit. Well, no, the manager would get 33 1/3. The agent would be getting 15, and she'd be getting 45. But still, 45 of something is better than nothing. I mean, but I'm telling you, she's making a lot of people happy with her training, and it's, you should subscribe. This has only had, only 24,268 people have even seen this.
24,000, so she made about $200.
She made 24,000 people super happy, man.
This could be going in the spank bank, Jimmy.
Well, hopefully, people that secretly listened and watched the show but never say anything about it, hopefully they get onto it and they start to promote her, because she deserves to have... All right, listen, I've teased you long enough. It's about time I allow you to...
Experience the Penelope.
Okay, here she comes. Now, hold on, man. Before... I know I said I was going to let you, but I can't let you just yet. Let me go get some music that might fit in with, the conversation. So now let me ask you, let me just ask either of you two just for a moment. And before we get into it, are either of you practitioners of the spiritual practice known as yoga, and do you think it's evil, or is there potential for you to go down the road that yoga in and of itself conjures the demons?
No way.
Have you done yoga, Danny?
Yeah. Yes.
You do?
Okay.
So do you go through the
downward dog,
the poses or the positions?
No, that's more of like a Pilates class yoga. Like if you're backed up, you're constipated, and you're gassy, and you gotta let it out.
Mm.
I mean, that's good for the flexibility. That's like I don't even know what you call that kind of yoga.
You do the Bikram yoga shit where you
not knocking it. Like that's good stuff.
So, but do you do the Bikram yoga shit where you go in there and sweat and there's all these people in there?
No, I do Kundalini yoga.
I get what you're saying. I understand, but do you mean you do Kundalini yoga in the sense that you do tantric yoga? Is that what you're referring to?
Right.
Okay, well that's an interesting subject. We can talk about that too. But,
that was a book that I studied with a friend of mine about 15 years ago, and the Kundalini Yoga does do some weird stuff to your physiology in a good way.
Right. And, you don't have to do Kundalini Yoga to be human, to be wholly human.
No, you don't. It just elevates that energetic part of us to a place that if you haven't done it, you'll be surprised at some of the things you feel and experience after doing it. Now at this point, some of my joints won't allow me to without a lot of Advil. So.
Oh, sure you can.
Well,
come on, stretch it on out.
Well, you can do it.
Tell me that to the pain sensors.
You can do it. I promise.
The Kundalini is like the snake that's going up your spine.
Right, and it's got a bad rap. Like it's made to make you think, in the public eye that it's something evil and despisable and
but it's
and demonic. But if you are agreeing with that mindset, then you're not going to look into something that is
help you
fulfillment of natural human potential. There's no demons involved. It's your own physical energy.
No, in relation to sex, though, and in relation to tantra,
well, I mean that's another step, but you don't.
I'm just saying, but the Kundalini in and of itself, that energy, that creative energy, that Kundalini rush, that energy that goes up the spine in that moment of the orgasm.
No. That's totally different. No, in a tantric situation, you want to avoid orgasm. So
well, that's right. That's what I was that's what I was getting at, is that moment and that rush of the energy, like the snake up the spine, and to stop it before there's the actual release, so that the energy continues up the spine and then out of the top of your fucking head.
Right, out your crown chakra. And then you can use that energy. That's where the term platonic comes from, Plato.
Right.
Telling his wife, all right, look, Mama, we're not getting it on anymore because I can use this energy for something really good. I can focus it.
Which is why Smurfer Girl never sleeps.
I kind of don't, but it's okay.
Well, I mean, sleep. There's plenty of time to sleep. Big Bob Corona. You know what he used to say to me?
Yeah, get all the sleep I need when I'm dead.
No,
Yep.
He would. Well, it was almost like that, but not quite.
There's plenty of time for that later.
I say, Bob, man, you've been here fucking all day. You sold out 2 shows, George Thorogood, 1,500 show. You got money stocked to the ceiling. You tired, Bob? Well, come on, man. Go home, babe. And he go to me. He go, babe, let me tell you something. The old man will sleep when they rope me off.
There you go.
And then he just go buy an ounce of blow and go get a bunch of hot chicks and head back to the hotel up the street.
And could go for 4 more hours.
Have himself a good old time until tomorrow came, and then he'd show up in his vet convertible. With some blonde chick who would get out of the car and slink off.
Slink off, I love
Big
that.
Bob Corona. They went away in shame.
Hey, can we give a big R.I.P. to Big Bob Corona?
Yeah, you should.
Clearly an impactful part of your life.
Oh no, he was
something that's so important, and the conversation you shared earlier. Huge, man.
Well, what's funny, man, is if I never mentioned his name again, and I just said all the shit that he said to me, then people would like me as much as they liked old Bob, man. Because he was a fucking character, man, I swear to God. We did this, we had this thing where we did the San Francisco comedy competition, and we would have this dude named Alex Bennett was on the air at this it was a modern rock station called Live 105, and on Fridays he would have these comedians come in. On Friday it was always just straight comedians and comedy, and so Alex Bennett would put on the finals of the fucking San Francisco comedy competition, and so we'd run the finals, we'd run the competition through the show, and then we'd do the final show somewhere, and one year we did it at Frost Amphitheater at Stanford. And but it was, the reason I'm bringing this up is because one of the times when they were doing the prelims, there's this dude named Bobby Slayton. He's this New Yorker, this really fast-talking New Yorker. He's still around, man. I don't think he's...
I remember him. He was funny as hell.
He was funny. And he's and so Big Bob at the club, because, the plumbing and shit, and it's nightclubs, it's urinals, with dudes going in there taking pisses all night. Smells like piss.
Oh, man.
So he would make you go in there, before the show, you'd have to go in there with these white buckets and ice the heads.
Yep.
He'd go like this. He'd go, babe, ice the heads, babe. Ice the heads. and I'd go look for Ferris, my friend who's a cowboy. And Bob would come up to me and go, Jimmy, ice the heads. And then I'd immediately go find Ferris and go, Ferris. Bob said, ice the heads.
I knew you were going to say that.
And
hey, it's called delegating, okay?
He'd go, fuck. He'd go like this. He'd go, fuck you, you're playing the role. And I go, no. Yeah, and I go, no, man. No, but I go, dude, man, I'm telling you. You better fucking ice the heads, dude. I'm not doing it. And if Bob goes in there and those heads ain't iced, your ass is grass and he's the fucking lawnmower. You know what I'm saying? And so he'd go in and ice the heads. And so the night of the comedy show, this is going on, right? And so all of a sudden, Bobby Slayton's the headliner. He comes on. He's like, what the fuck? He goes, I just came in here. I went in the bathroom. I went inside the men's bathroom when I came in here. And I looked and I was going to take a piss. I pulled my fucking dick out and looked into this urinal and they're filled with ice. The urinals are filled with ice. And I'm fucking standing there looking at it and thinking to myself, what the fuck is the ice doing in the urinal? He goes, I think the owner of this club, Big Bob, I think he strains that shit off and mainlines it after the show. Dude, man, it was, I swear to God he said that too. That shit's
funny.
That's pretty much verbatim, man. For that show. And that whole thing with that dude, that shit was fun.
Yeah,
man.
they used to ice the troughs because, like, in a lot of the bars out here, instead of independent urinals, they had a big trough with, like, water, and 7 guys could take a piss in the same trough.
All right.
And you'd walk in there and there's nothing but ice.
I
Oh my
forgot.
God, I'm so glad I never have to experience that.
I
I can
totally-
just sit on a fucking toilet seat and pee, and that's I'm done.
There is nothing more to fucking stink than a bar for the smell of beer.
Men's bathroom in a bar? Oh my God. Worst thing ever.
The next day. It's like waking up the next day.
Piss.
It's like waking up the next day and seeing what each other actually looks like. Well, that's what a bar. That's what.
Oh God, where are my beer goggles? Shit.
That's what a bar smells like. That's the visual. What it's like when you slink away from the Corvette in front of the club in the middle of the night. All right, so here comes Penelope. Subscribe to her channel if you're. I mean, I'm sure. And I'm ready. I'm ready when you are. I don't know where the chat is. I got it hidden under the.
Chat's good. We're ready to go.
All right,
Let's watch
there's the chat. I see it now. Okay, everybody, are you ready for Penelope? And here, I think I found a good song, at least for the time being. I don't know how it's going to play out because, like I said, I haven't watched all of these videos. This is one I have not seen yet, but I've seen many that are similar that she has. And I, like I said, my back problem. It's gone, and let me just say, not only is it put a smile right the fuck on my face, to be out of that pain and to see Penelope working so hard to demonstrate yoga practice with extreme flexibility, asanas, including the double Buddha Hasana. Here she comes. Are they serious? I've been waiting all that time. You're gonna bust me with a commercial? Nah, I don't think so, son. I got reflexes like a cat. Hold on. Fuck these motherfuckers with these commercials, man. I'll spill the wine and dig that girl, man. Here we go.
I was once out strolling one very hot summer's day, when I thought I'd lay myself down to rest in a big field of tall grass. I lay there in the sun and felt it caressing my face as I fell asleep and dreamed. I dreamed I was in a Hollywood movie, that I was the star of the movie. This really blew my mind.
Well, now that I think about it, that song is probably gonna get me in fucking trouble. Hold on a second.
Yep.
Stand by. Meanwhile, just go ahead and pay attention to the moves and to the stretching. I don't mean to sidetrack you here with the nonsense, but hold on. Let me get another song here. But just like I say, just pay attention. I'll try to leave the sound off, and just so you can focus on the actual stretching itself while I get this song together. See, I'll show you right now. I'll show you how. See, there's more to into the microcosm than playing songs, music. People think this shit's just random or whatever. Let me just demonstrate how nobody can pick a song at the right moment like old Jimmy. Here's the song that I choose for this moment.
Oh, perfect.
Life's the same, I'm moving in stereo. Life's the same, except for my shoes. Life's the same, you're shaking like tremolo. Life's the same, it's all inside you.
I have to say that I really, really enjoy during the instruction is the eye contact. The eye contact of Penelope during the stretching is really, I have to say, I appreciate that little personal touch.
What's that? Party heat. What's that? Party heat. Payback. Gotta go to church, y'all. 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 You got to cut on heat, take off that pressure. Cut on heat, take off that pressure. Cut on heat, take off that pressure. Cut on the heat, take off that pressure. Give me some air, I can't go nowhere. Can't go to church, y'all. I'm having bad luck. I'm having bad luck. I'm having bad luck. Got to release the vodka. I'm having bad luck. I'm having bad luck. Release the vodka.
Oh man. It was almost as though James Brown was watching the video when he said, "Give me some air. I can't go nowhere." Oh my God. So Alga. Would you click on that? Would you click on that thumbnail right there if it showed up in your YouTube feed?
I don't think he wants to admit that publicly.
Do what now?
I'm just saying, man. The girl knows her business. I mean,
she's something.
She hasn't
You
even.
know that is, yeah.
She has not even begun. I mean, let me just say, if she wanted to get up in there and do an exam, huh?
Helping single men one video at a time.
Well, all I know is this. Like I said, I think you'll see a rise in men's interest in yoga, and maybe some of these positions, they may think when they show up down at the community center that that Penelope's going to be down there. But I think it's going to be the majority of these people I was saying earlier. Moisturizers. It's always there's a moisturizer. It's always important to stay moisturized in any
goodness
situation. Well, it's interesting that ad just happened to pop in there in the middle of that James Brown song. But anyway, yeah. So, but I think men, like I was saying, will find. I think you'll see a rise. They'll head down the community center, and it'll be most of these women that I was talking about earlier that I see it like, everywhere I go, the gas station, the grocery store. But they don't look like Penelope. And it's just like I was saying, there's this sort of personal instruction that's going on there. This certain, Smurfer girl, it's this eye contact with the instructress.
Did we lose Danny?
No, I'm just laughing, man. I mean, this is live, so I mean, this isn't planned or anything. So I'm just, I'm trying to be as delicate as I can.
Oh no, come on, shit. No, I just sent you a link to Tommy Chong doing the blind melon chitlin.
Oh yeah, I know, man. Tuesday night is honky night. Bring yourself a honky, get your ass in free.
I mean, I think
Make the
blind melon
honky
chitlin
pay
knows
for.
exactly what Penelope's vibe in there.
Oh yeah, totally. So, like I said, we don't have the volume turned up, ladies and gentlemen. So you'll have to do lip reading only because she does speak.
She is speaking right now.
She speaks, and a picture is worth 1,000 words. and we're proving that point now.
I don't think this is going to make it on Aftermath.fm, which tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Pacific time, you're going to find Jimmy Jeans
doing
a
saying.
show on Aftermath.fm.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If this show ever did make it on there, then people would come here to the channel to see it, and then I guarantee you'd see a rise in the subscriptions over on Penelope.
Hey, chop it up and do what you got to do, brother.
And just think, man, you know what? Pay peanuts, expect monkeys. You know what I mean? So the thing is, it's not my circus, it's not my monkeys, but that monkey right there is talking to people, and it's saying, you must stretch
for business.
You have to stretch.
Wide open.
If you want to stay healthy, you have to learn how to stretch it out, man.
Stretching.
You got to stretch it out. Okay, let's continue now. She's not finished.
Oh,
okay, sorry.
She's not through with us. Just like in Pulp Fiction, when Marcellus Wallace turns around and he says, "No, man, I ain't finished with you, hillbilly boy, by a damn sight." She's not finished with us yet either, just like Marcellus Wallace wasn't finished. I really like the sort of spa-like music that goes along with her workout routine.
Quote unquote workout routine.
Exactly. Well, I mean, it is a workout routine. This is, I mean, she's a.
Mario Nut, one of my favorite yoga asanas. Make sure you follow me so you don't miss the latest.
Make sure you follow me. Who's not gonna follow her? I mean, she's an expert. It doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman. Look at her.
For a young woman, she's well endowed.
I'm saying, look at her. If you're a man or a woman, you gotta admit it. She's an expert, man. Here, look. If you're not convinced, look. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let me take a look at you guys. Let me look at you, Smurfer girl. No, you don't. You know what? You don't look absolutely convinced. You think, you know what? I'll tell you what. Here, let's just bounce to another quick one with Penelope. Let's go over to the Sarita.
You care about a future for every pet.
Everybody cares about the future, don't they?
For every pet, yes, we do.
Wait a minute. Is this Penelope poolside now?
Oh, no.
Penelope practiced advanced asanas, including... Hold on a second. Including the DiMario knot.
So what do you think, Smurfer? Are you going to have a channel like Penelope's?
Listen, I'm going to tell you what. She's doing the knot.
Yeah, I don't think so.
You know what? I don't think the channel... I don't think she would get...
Nothing wrong with her channel, but...
No, but I don't think she would find... I don't think the full... Hold on a second. That wasn't the one I was going to give you here. Hold on a second.
She's selling pet food, so that's not a bad thing.
Well, the thing about it is, man... She might not, the videos themselves might not get the attention they deserve, because maybe what she's really trying to do is really get yoga out there. Because let's say if she's wearing the sweats, and she was, she was wearing the sweats, and you couldn't really get the full gist of the positions and the pose.
They say no publicity is bad publicity. Right?
Well, the thing is, in order for you to get the full gist, the idea is that you have to have on as little as possible.
16,000 views, 919,000, 260,000, 16,000, 574,000 views. Yeah.
Okay.
She's doing good.
Yeah, she ain't doing that.
I'm going to be honest. She's pretty inspiring.
She is inspiring. She's awe-inspiring, as a matter of fact.
I do come from circus folk, but...
I will, before we end this show...
It's been a few years.
Are you from circus folk or carny folk?
Circus folk.
Okay, because I come from carny folk.
Okay, I swear to God, before...
I do have cousins with 6 fingers, but...
I swear to God, before...
That qualifies.
Yeah.
Before this show is over, when we end this show, the very ending of the show, I'm going to play a trailer from a movie that will go along perfectly with this discussion and also with what you just said. And if you can tell me, either one of you two, what that movie is going to be right now, I will give you an Into the Microcosm hat.
A new movie?
You're going to play a trailer to a movie.
It's not going to be Godzilla versus...
No, it's not.
No. He's going to play a trailer to a movie at the end of this. Yoga, Buckethead.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. In the meantime, we don't have a lot of time. Let's get into... This is the thing that you want to learn. If you're any yoga practice and you're really getting into it, you're serious now. You're a serious practitioner.
Serious practitioner.
You go see Penelope. Contortion training, extreme flexibility, and the DiMario knot. And the Dandasana yoga asanas. So I have a feeling this is going to be super intense. This is
I don't know. The only thing I'm looking forward to is Street Fighter, so it's not coming up for me, Jimmy.
All right, hold on a second. Here we go. I'll see what I can dig up that's not going to get me jammed up, so we can see the full video in its glory. In its full glory. You know what I'm feeling like right now? I'm feeling like, you remember that song? Here, hang on a second.
ZZ Top.
No, man. No.
Not that song.
I'm never obvious, man.
Okay.
I always would take the obscure route.
Yeah,
Like,
true story.
If I'm doing a show about dead people, the last thing I would ever do is play All the People That Died by Jim Carroll.
Right.
Hold on a second. Now you made me forget what I was doing. Hold on a second.
Sorry, man.
No, it's not your fault. It's because I was, asked me what time it was, and I told you how the watch was made. But I'm trying to remember what the fuck song I was about to play. So I had the perfect one. And the first thing I typed in was David. So I wonder what I was thinking. Let me see. There's Penelope, and I'm typing in David. What song would you guys think I'm typing in?
David Lee Roth.
No. I just remembered by asking you that question. See? By asking you questions, I learn.
It's Cemetery, brother. Yeah, absolutely.
I know. Well,
You found it.
Here's the song I was thinking of. And hopefully I can get away with it. I don't think I should have a problem, but if I do, I will switch over to her video, and you can listen to what she's saying and not have to read lips anymore. But in the meantime, read the lips, and here's the song I was thinking of. Here's the David. Wait, I'm going to give you a chance. Smurfer Girl, David who?
Oh, she's muted.
She's muted.
David Bowie.
No.
Oh.
Strike two.
Yeah, I'm out.
No, you got strike two. Where's Smurfer Girl? She getting a cup of tea?
No, my son started talking to me.
Oh, sorry.
David and Goliath.
No.
That's not a song.
It is a song.
I know, but
I'm sure,
that's where my brain goes.
I'm
and then
sure
my
it isn't.
18-year-old comes and starts telling me a story that you don't even want to hear. So.
Got it.
Well, hey, here's a little something. Music calms the savage beast. And here's a little something from a guy called David Essex.
Oh, good call.
Hey, dear, rock on, ooh, my soul. Hey, dear, boogie doo, did ya? Hey, shout, summertime.
Hold on, I just wanna go back there for a second to this video. Cause I just, I was about to drink something here, take a sip of something, and I looked out of the corner of my eye, and you ever seen that magazine where it's like, find all the shit in the picture? There's a ranch.
Yeah, where's Waldo?
There's a ranch. They're over here, this and that. Well, I just noticed, like, in barely even 8 or 9 seconds, there's like 6 or 7 fetishes that are being satisfied with this video. She's got a foot going on, man. She's kissing her toe. She's working this angle.
Glasses, ponytail.
She's got the angle, and then she takes care in the placement of the ponytail. Also, I wanted you to pay attention to that particular part of the stretching exercise that we're watching. Because I think the placement of the ponytail is key in balancing yourself when trying to achieve the DeMario knot. And that's what we're looking at. So many of you may have the DeMario knot in front of you right now. Because, I'm just saying.
I think it's growing. It's growing on the left side a little bit, but go ahead.
The DeMario knot may be present as we speak, and I know maybe it's only because of all the lip reading that has to go on because I'm not playing the actual video. But Smurfer Girl, did you have anything that you wanted to add to the 10 fetishes and 10 seconds that go on at the very opening of this video?
I think I might be full up on that one, Jimmy.
Okay. Well, let me just continue then and let like what they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words, and
sometimes a million.
Really, I mean, what else can we say about this? I think that we've proven one thing at least. This is what I want to get is here after this next section here in the video. Let's go back to the chat and let's just find out, is yoga evil?
I don't think Penelope needs us to say anything, really.
Well, she doesn't need us.
She says it all herself.
I know, but it's not us that are asking the question. We're not the Christians that think yoga is evil. See, I mean, I don't see anything wrong with this yoga. I see it here. It seems innocent to me. I see...
Innocence.
I see
quotation marks.
I see nothing wrong with it. It looks like it's...
Gosh darn.
A soft core porn for YouTube, brother.
And the thing about
oh, come on.
The thing about it is it's so healthy. It really does get the blood flowing, and the thing about blood flow is it's super important to
all the organs.
It inspires you to rise up, Jimmy.
It does.
The blue vein organ, yeah.
I think it would even would spur, I don't know, a wood-like appearance. In a lot of subjects who may try to achieve the Kundalini rush that we were talking about earlier, but where they just go ahead and just let it all hang out.
Let it spew out. I got to tell you, the two of you, I know you on different places, but we went from a very deep, interesting, heartfelt conversation with Buckethead to reading lips and yoga, and I like it.
Well, let me just say, welcome into the microcosm.
Hey, and Danny's hanging with us.
I know.
Right there, brother.
Oh, gosh darn.
And you heard that Minnesota come out there.
She's a hard pipe hitting sister.
She is. she's a kneecap your ass.
Knuckle sandwich.
Well, I don't want a knuckle sandwich, but here, let's finish learning how to stretch, and then I will show you the trailer. And
then we'll bounce.
We'll bounce, and you still haven't figured it out yet what the trailer
So much
is.
anticipation.
I'm still thinking.
I'm gonna tell you one. It's the most.
I'm thinking.
I'm gonna tell you what. It is the most terrifying fucking movie in black and white. One of the most terrifying movies ever made.
No, Night of the Living Dead.
No.
Oh. Damn,
not that wasn't terrifying, but this is weird.
Carnival of Souls.
No, but you're close. You're close.
Dementia 13.
No.
It's almost 4 a.m. where Danny is, and it's almost what time? Where are you, Jimmy? What time is it for you?
I don't know, but when I was
House on Haunted Hill.
Negative, but when I was a teenager, and I had, when you're a teenager, you have girlfriends and boyfriends, stuff like that. When I was a teenager, all my girlfriends stayed on the phone with me all night long and fell asleep. Just because, you get on the phone with old Jimmy and you never know what the fuck is going to happen. And look at here where we are. We're learning. We got our learn on. We put on our thinking caps and we rubbed our two fingers together and we generated a fire in a wasteland of fucking conformity and, nasty bullshit, mocking chamber echo birds. I just made that up. Mocking chamber echo birds. So we're on the fly, man, and you guys have been great. Smurfer Girl, fantastic.
Oh, no, you.
All right, here we go. Ready to rock. Here we are.
Do it.
time.
She's so warm and inviting. She really just exudes this sort of invitation to take part in, the yogatic existence.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see there she's got her dish heater there on the side. She's also got a mirror there, so she can really like for example, if she's facing the wrong direction and you really can't get a good idea of what she's trying to show you with the stretching, you'll be able to see it in the reflection. So there's never a dull moment with Penelope.
Is that a bonsai tree over there?
It could be.
And she just kissed her toe, so that's kind of cool.
Well, let me tell you something. She's about to tie that knot. The DiMario knot is coming. And
wow.
what a better soundtrack than Steven Seagal's doing Thunderstruck. Because I'm telling you, I'm thunderstruck.
Do it, throw it down.
I'm thunderstruck by Penelope's skill as a master manipulator.
I was caught in the middle of a railroad track. Moved around and I knew there was no turning back. My mind raced and I thought, what could I do? And I knew there was no help from you. Sound of the drums beating my heart. The thunder of guns tore me apart. You've been thunderstruck. Went down the highway, broke the limits, we hit the town. Went to the Texas, yeah, Texas, and we had some fun. We met some girls, some dancers who gave a good time. Broke all the rules, played all the fools. Yeah, yeah, they blew my mind. I was shaking at the knees. Could I come again, please? Yeah, the ladies were too kind. You've been thunderstruck. 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 I was shaking at the knees. Could I come again, please? You've been thunderstruck. 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 Say yeah, it's alright. We're doing fine. Yeah, it's alright. We're doing fine. Oh, thunderstruck. Thunderstruck.
Steven Seagulls. Ladies and gentlemen.
I totally see why you like Penelope.
Penelope has a style all her own, and she does really engage the viewer in her activity, doesn't she, Smurfer girl? Did you notice an engagement there, a real heartfelt sort of?
She does. She has a really good connection to the audience.
She does. It's like a heartfelt eye contact.
Yeah, it's a very warm stage presence.
It is.
Oh my gosh.
And you know how when she takes the glasses off with her toes, and she kind of like perks that upper lip out, kind of pouty style, and she adjusts her ponytail and sort of stretches that leg back behind her head, and she's got both legs behind her head, and she's
But
sitting
can
there.
she eat a bowl of cereal like that?
I would venture to say she could eat more than a bowl of fucking cereal.
That's what your audience is reckoning there,
You
Jim.
think? I'm not seeing the chat room. Is that what they're saying?
They're wondering.
Well, I don't know. I'm sure it would be possible. You know, she's about to move into this position of authority.
I'm
Here.
going to be honest. I really hope she sees this stream and it drops you a line, or at least a thumbs up.
Well, let me
And
ask
loves the
you.
tribute.
Let me ask you.
This is like a tribute video.
Seriously, let me just ask you this question. At this point, if you're a woman, I'm just saying, if you're a lady, man, if you're a lady, why would you put, and you can do this, learn how to do this, ladies. And really, I'm serious, because it really, you can get independence this way, because what woman is more independent than a woman that doesn't need a man for any reason? And let me just say, if you can learn how to do this, you don't need a man. What do you need a man for? It's a bunch of headaches and noise and, a bunch of nonsense, man. You just could be alone, with working your way up the fucking glass ladder or whatever. The glass, you could do this on the glass ceiling.
She can break
And you
through
get
the
the
glass
promotion.
ceiling by doing that.
She doesn't need to break through that shit. Come on.
No, but I'm
Nope,
just
she
saying,
doesn't.
if there was a glass ceiling, and you did these posing with this particular shaving, this particular exposition, I think if you hit the glass ceiling with your ass, and it was bent behind your head like that, you'd get that promotion. You'd probably be the president of the fucking company. At least until they, fired your ass. But then you can always come back later and say you didn't mean to do it. It was because he was a womanizer or whatever.
Wow.
I don't understand it. I can't understand why I keep getting these dick pictures on my fucking Facebook. I can't understand why I get the dick pics. Oh well, hey man. Sorry about that.
Oh darn.
Seriously, man, that's what it's like.
I like the channel you newly subscribed to. That's very fun.
It's a good channel.
It's funny too.
She's doing her best.
I know. Well, the thing is, you
Put
got
herself out there.
She is putting herself out there in a way that I think is just you might even say she's a trailblazer, She's
Wow, I bet I'd wager the strip clubs in her town closed down for the COVIDs, and she found another way.
She got a pass.
All right.
Because I'll tell you, when they bounced out the strippers and the hookers from the COVIDs, they all went over to OnlyFans, and they all went over to different platforms, and they're still selling their ass. And she's not doing that. She's being a practitioner of yoga in a very insightful way.
Well,
and I hope Jimmy, I hope you can
well, I mean,
follow the channel and do those poses.
in these times, in these troubled waters, that we find ourselves in these times, these hard times, it's important to really find a way to exercise and just really take good care of yourself. I think I think Penelope does a fantastic. Like I said, she's a maestro.
It's like a public service.
I bet you guys could do that. A little practice.
Oh, believe me, I can do that.
Get on it.
Believe me, I can
Start
do that.
following Penelope. Get those poses done.
The thing
you
is,
don't have
it's
to do a stream on it.
it's more.
Just do it for yourself.
The problem is, see, when men do it, there's a problem with it.
I don't know. I kind of want to see that.
I know. I'm just saying, when the men do it, there's this issue because there's a matter of junk, and the thing is when the junk becomes close to the lips of the practitioner.
There's plenty of room there. Come on.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. But I think at some point there would be a point, like we're on your tiny little boat trying to go to an island. There's a point of no return where the practitioner would see himself then at that point with the Kundalini rush that he may attain if only he could just squeeze and turn himself just six more inches. If he could just move 6 more inches, he would never need that fucking, go through another emotional turmoil again with his old lady. And man, he tried, but then he ended up down at the chiropractor and they had issues. So then along came Penelope and showed the brother how to stretch it out. She said, dude, walk it off, buddy. Walk it off. Now, I had something here. What the fuck happened to it? I don't know. But I'm getting ready. Oh, just give me 2 seconds. Just give me 2 seconds. I had this thing planned. Hold on. Hold on, because now see, I took this trailer a long time ago. Like a couple years ago.
Oh, that's right, the trailer.
Yeah, haven't forgot. I took that trailer and I put some music to it. And I turned it into a little mini movie that goes with the song goes with the trailer itself, but I don't want to cloud it with that. What I do want to do is, I don't know what just happened to that window. Just give me 1 second because I had something here just for you.
Got it. No hurry.
Just for use. And
Take
also,
your time, Jimmy. The view is nice.
Okay.
And for the 7 people who are still here after all the hours, I mean, Jimmy's been streaming for like darn near 6 hours.
It doesn't
And the
fall.
7 of you hanging out with us,
Man, let me tell you something.
appreciate it so much.
When Jimmy says he can go all night long,
Jimmy can go all night.
I'm not talking the talk, man. I'm walking the walks.
No, and so can Smurfer, and she'll make me too. And
I know.
I do that quite often.
All right.
I will comply.
Okay, well, listen, hold on to your hats, because I'm trying to fucking find this thing that I just had, which I don't know where it went. So, which means I'm going to have to just grab this window right here and type it in again. Hold on. There we go. Now, I think we're about to cook with speed. So here's one. I'll get you the trailer. Don't you worry about the trailer. But in the meantime, right before the trailer, what's going to happen is there's going to be a song. I'm going to dedicate this one to Penelope. Okay.
Sweet.
Reluctantly crouched at the starting line.
Oh, no.
Engines pumping and thumping in time. The green light flashes, the flags go up. Churning and burning, they yearn for the cup. They deftly maneuver and muscle for rank. Fuel burning fast on an empty tank. Reckless and wild, they pour through the turns. Their prowess is potent and secretly stern. As they speed through the finish, the flags go down. The fans get up and they get out of town. The arena is empty, except for one man still driving and striving as fast as he can. The sun has gone down and the moon has come up. And long ago somebody left with the cup. But he's driving and striving and hugging the turns and thinking of someone for whom he still burns. He's going the distance. He's going for speed. She's all alone in a time of need. Because he's racing and pacing and plotting the course. He's fighting and biting and riding on his horse. He's going the distance. No trophy, no flowers, no flashbulbs, no wine. He's haunted by something he cannot define.
See that? Now, who's gonna just pull that cake song out of their ass, so to speak, in the middle of a yoga show? That's why.
That was perfect.
I know. It's almost.
It almost makes me think we need to hear like some Blister in the Sun now.
Well,
and really back to the Primus thing. Primus brought the bass back into coolness.
Yeah.
Love Primus, love the bass. Every bass that, and Danny plays bass, and the bass in Primus. Oh, please.
Yeah, I'm a bass player.
Jared was the race car driver.
I'm a bass player too.
Oh yeah.
I haven't mastered that one
was
yet.
the race car driver.
But I do play everything.
Oh, it's so fast.
And that's amazing.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play the video that I made, and then while I'm doing that, I'll dig up the original trailer. But the trailers, I put the chat room back on there. I'm gonna get rid of the yoga for deep stretching. That was just the we were just flying under the radar.
Hey, if they didn't get off from that already, yeah, that's on them. So
don't you worry about it. Yeah, when known as Big Brown, when known as Big Brown Beaver.
Big Brown Beaver.
Yeah, I'm watching the chat. Why don't you guys chat it up? Why don't you guys chat it up for a second? I got to roll a cigarette, and then I'll get this trailer going, and then we'll get the fuck out.
Yeah, for sure. So,
right.
Smurfer Girl, whatevs. Is this your first experience on Into the Microcosm?
It is. I've always been just a lurker or a chatter.
And how has it been so far?
It's pretty freaking epic. Yeah. I'm kind of in
I'll tell you
disbelief.
what. I know. It's like Jimmy should have like 10,000 subscribers. And
What is up with that?
5,000 people should be watching this stuff right now. And I am always honored to ever be a part of Jimmy's stream. And my channel is a small channel, and Jimmy's channel is, budding. And he's on like 3 radio shows. Jimmy rocks. Anytime he invites me on, I feel blessed and honored. And the thing that's so cool to me is that you get to be here with us tonight.
That is pretty awesome. Yeah.
But it's really late over there.
It's only 4:11.
Are you gonna be fine?
Yeah.
That means you only got nine more minutes till 4:20. Make sure you let me know.
That is true.
Make sure you let me know when it's 4:20 on the East Coast.
I will.
Okay. Because I wouldn't want to miss that moment. Hey, it's 4:19. Got a minute?
All right, there you go.
All right, hold on. All right, so
and
what?
John Nelson, Zoe Buttercup.
Yeah,
Who
you guys
else
are
is
all.
still here?
Let me just see. They're all over there. Marie's over there. Zoe's there. You're there. I'm there. John's there. Smurfer Girl's there. Everybody.
Poor Alex.
Alex is there. Everybody's over there. That's all I can see right now. It's not scrolling. So you know what I'm gonna do? It's time for me to say goodbye to the chat room in this window because I'm about to drop. I'm about to go crazy up in here. I'm about to go like Crazy Eddie. There used to be this stereo salesman. This was like a big electronics store. Dude's name is Crazy Eddie, and he'd come on there, and he'd just come on there and go, Crazy Eddie, his prices, Crazy Eddie, he's insane. And he just come on.
At Crazy Eddie's, you get 30% off any Kenwood products that we have in stock.
Exactly. It was stereo.
I don't know. I think I can outdo you guys on that advertisement there.
What?
Yeah, I've got my Sunday thing going down.
Oh yeah.
Got it.
I don't know if I want to outshine you here, but
Yeah.
Do it.
Don't
Drop
worry.
it. Go.
Sunday.
Well, Sunday.
Gotta bring the energy.
Sunday.
Well, here is what's happening on Sunday. You guys didn't guess it, and there's no reason why you should, unless you've seen the most horrifying, terrifying, one of the most horrifying, terrifying films ever made.
You're scaring me, Jimmy.
And then I'll play the real trailer, but this has a black.
Titanic?
No. This is not the Titanic, but it's just as tragic and terrifying as the Titanic. Maybe I would say even more terrifying as Titanic. And it is a love story, and that's why I used the song from Black Sabbath called Lady Evil for the soundtrack for this movie. And the movie's called, you can search it up while I'm playing this video, unless you want to actually watch the video, which is Freaks.
Yet, but for the accident of birth, you might be even as they are. They did not ask to be brought into the world, but into the world they came.
Okay, see, there's some little people, and the little dude has his own little princess, and she loves him, and she's the same size as him, but he's too small. He doesn't want to be small. He wants to be big. And here's this lady right here. She's the vixen. She's going to steal the heart of the little man away from the little lady, his little princess. Okay, I'm just breaking this off for you now. I'm giving you the hieroglyphics and the undertones of what's going on, so you understand the lyric and the tonality behind my choice of music for the soundtrack for this.
Yeah, copy that.
Okay, all right. So I just thought that's for the layman who may tune in later, who's not hip like you guys are. But somebody later on, they might not understand the concept. See, he's in love with her now, the big lady, but he can never have her because she's really the big lady, and he's only a small man, and everybody's laughing at him behind his back. They all know he's a fool. He's a fool to throw away the one girl who loves him for that trash. See that right there? He don't fucking appreciate it very much, does he? He don't appreciate it when when Moda Italia right there is laying a big wet one on his dream girl. You know, he's not too stoked on that shit. He's, a matter of fact, I say he's a little bit upset. But you know what he's gonna do? Which all the suckers do that are in this position right here. You know what he's gonna do? He's gonna fucking do absolutely nothing and suck it up. He's gonna keep his mouth shut. She's trying to protect her man. She's going there saying, "Leave him alone. He's only a small man. He's my man. Leave my man." And this lady just looks at her and goes, "Bitch, get the fuck out of my face before I throw this cigarette in your eyeball." You be screaming, "My eye!" Look, they're having a party. They're celebrating. But this is a really super intense moment in the movie, because you realize that the lady doesn't have any love for people who might be a little bit freakish. The lady, the big tall lady, she doesn't appreciate this half a man dancing around, singing on the table. It pisses her off. And these people are not fucking stoked either. They see what's going on. But the little man, he doesn't see it. And he continued on with his foolery. I think it was the dancing that pissed her off. But she threw a giant cocktail on this fucking poor little people. I mean, she has no respect for the little people, and to me, that's offensive. She's yelling at him, "You freaks!" And then here she comes laughing out the window as that big dude's kicking someone's ass. The freaks end up having enough. They say enough is enough. We've had enough. And this is one of the most terrifying parts of this terrifying movie. And you'll be terrified as long as you're seeing these freaks. Because they're coming out of nowhere, man. They're crawling like snakes. I don't know where they found these freaks. There's dudes that just have heads and nothing else, just bodies, and they're wriggling under the fucking... The rain's coming down over the wagon train of the circus. This horse-drawn circus has traveled through like gypsies through the dark. And they pull over and park. And one night, the fucking freaks have had enough. They've had enough, man. They've had enough. And the man, like I said, no arms, no legs. I think his name was Matt. He comes fucking squirreling out from underneath the fucking trailer, the wagon wheels. He crawls out from under the trailer. He's got no arms. He's got no legs. He's got no hands. But he is so pissed off. He's got a knife in his teeth as he's going like this down the fucking Look at those fucking freaks crawling, man. What's up with these people with the heads, like the bald heads and the weird looks on their faces? Are they retarded or something? I don't know what's wrong with them. I think they got disease. I'm not sure what it is, but there's something the matter with these people. They're all freaks, man. Look at them. So there it is, Freaks, a Todd Browning film. So that's the movie. So what do you guys think? Freaks? You give it a 2 thumbs up or a thumbs down?
I would give it a thumbs up. I would be shocked that a lot of people haven't seen it. And I would be surprised that when they made it back in the day, some of those little midgets were kids, they were children, and that's kind of a freaky deal there.
Well,
what do you say, Danny?
What do you say, Danny?
Yeah, my opinion might be a little controversial there, but
Go ahead, go.
Some of them were exploited, yeah, obviously, but not all of them. They were exploiting the people who were feeling like they were being exploited.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. That's what was such a terrifying movie about it. About, being able to identify with these other characters. Because, I mean, like I was saying, I was telling the Cinderella story behind it. You know what I mean? But, I mean, this is a common theme that happens throughout people's lives as far as relationships go. This is somebody will be in a relationship with somebody they care about, and there'll be some person, whether it's male or female, however it falls, will be attractive for that moment. The grass will be greener on the other side or whatever. And that person, and that person doesn't really care. And then, there's an investment that's put, between two people in a life, and this whole thing happens. And it always ends the same way. Because the dude who's going to cheat, who's going to be the type of person that would, fuck, man, you want to watch a great movie? I swear to God, and this explains this exact scenario so perfect, is the movie Bitter Moon by Roman Polanski. I swear to God, go rent that. Go find it and just rent that fucker. It is a great movie. It's Peter Wolf is in it. He plays a. Do you guys know about it?
Yeah,
You don't know about it?
I've seen it.
Have you seen it? What about you,
Yeah.
Smurfer girl?
No, but I should play it on my next movie night.
Definitely play it on your movie night because it's an intense movie that really, I mean, it goes deep. It's seriously, it's a really good movie.
Well, and I would say Todd Browning and the people that made that last one you showed me they need like
Hold on, sorry.
something. No, you're good.
They need what?
They need to either be punched or they need to be slapped or that was pretty disturbing.
No, that was a real movie though, man. I mean, that wasn't a joke. Yeah, that wasn't a joke or whatever.
I think sometimes people forget though that those people, mentally are no different than people who are tall.
I know. That's the
they are
thing.
fully aware of their situation and what's going on. And yes, during certain decades they did have an advantage being and it was a big disadvantage and sad that the circus or the freak show situation exploited them to the point where being in public post asylum era when they could have been fitting into society might have taken a step back because of that, but they weren't dum-dums.
No, but I think
That was
what
into
they were
the
doing.
70s.
I think
That was
little
into the 70s though.
I think little people have like come forward and shit and said, "Hey man, leave us alone." I mean, we finally, the one thing we can do is get some work in the film business. Being little people. It's like we're not offended by being little people in movies or whatever. So I mean, the thing is though,
I think they want you to stop being offended for them.
Right,
Exactly.
Just like black people do, just like gay people do, they want you to stop being offended for
Yeah.
them. Which is a great
They want you to
mistake.
shut the hell up and just call them
leave
people.
us the fuck alone.
yeah,
We're
I
just
mean,
people.
I
And
mean,
they're
there's
just
Why?
there's been a lot of notable little people, that have popped up. I mean, I've enjoyed many little people in my time, as far as like Billy Barty, for example, and Billy Barty Jr. They were in a lot of movies early on. Dude, whenever you saw a little person, it was usually Billy Barty. And so whenever I was at the club working, I'd go up to this dude, his bartender, his name was Cornelius, and he called me a spiritual advisor. And I'd go up and I go, hey Cornelius, I go, Corn, let me get a Billy Barty. And that meant I wanted him to give me a fucking draft beer in a short glass.
Uh-oh.
That's awesome.
It was awesome, man. It was a great place to work. There were some characters behind that bar. There's this other dude, Ali. Man, I swear to God, I could write a book about that place. I mean,
You're
just
gonna do a show about it. You're gonna do a stream, but I'll tell you what, my friend.
time to get on.
It is so late for me, and I'm working in the morning.
Papa's got to go to bed, Jimmy.
Oh, well, it's too late to turn back now. And the only thing is the problem with life, bro, is you gotta remember the one key moment is never quit 5 minutes before the miracle happens. And,
Right.
And quitters never win, and winners
never quit.
That's right.
And if that miracle happens after I bounce, she'll tell me about it later.
Well, let me just say this: the miracle has been happening as you've been here the whole time you've been here.
It's been a great stream.
This been really, literally, this shit that's gone on here is literally unprecedented.
I agree.
But above and beyond that, what were you saying? Because I was about to play a song, and we'll get out of here if you want to get out.
You play the song, I'll hang out, we'll debrief a little bit on Skype after, go for it.
Okay. All right. How many people we got in the chat room right now?
It says 10.
It's 10 still. Well, maybe I don't know, man. Let me play this and try to remember what the exact song was I was going to play. Hang on. This is Jack Green. Human-esque. So much.
When you feel distance from a prison around your soul, and all the words of love have turned into stone, building a fortress around you on your own. So much for this kind of love. So much for this kind of love. You reach for answers, always trying to understand, and every time you do, it always slips from your hand, building your dreams into an empty wasteland. So much for this kind of love. So much for this kind of love. Fire, don't you feel the tension? How can we go on this way? Always fighting and forgetting. Who said love will never die? In the beginning it was so open and warm. Now at the end it is so ragged and torn. Only time will tell just what we went through. So much for me and you. So much for me and you, me and you. Alright. I saw you standing alone. I wondered if you wanted what you owned. Your magic ladders in the sky tie you to the place where angels fight. In the circle of fire, circle of fire. A madness, envy and desire bring you with an unforgiving fire. You love them with a burning soul. By the time he sold the ashes, they were cold. In the circle of fire, circle of fingers crying for you, sleeping on your doorstep for the proof. We love ghosts, we want to see through the blood and bones that hide us from the truth. In the circle of fire, circle of fire. You circle, see from the skies, watching children. Seem like nowadays ain't nothing meant to last. Well, one day you've got it all, and then it disappears so fast. And oh, my love, is all in love again. you're gonna tell me it's the end. And oh, my love.
Buy one of your stuff.
Up again. Well, I know you wanna with me, baby. Lie to me and tell me everything is alright. Lie to me and tell me that you'll stay here tonight. Tell me that you'll never leave. Oh, I just try to make believe that everything you're telling me is true. Come on, baby, won't you do? Lie to me. Come on, baby, go ahead and lie to me.
Well, there we are. So, I guess we've been on for a bit, eh? Hang on, you guys. Let me get rid of this stuff.
It's been a little bit.
Yeah, it has been. So I'm gonna look down here. I'm gonna look down at this fucking thing. Hang on. It's 5 hours and 56 minutes and 6 seconds. So in 4 minutes, it's gonna be 6 hour. You've been here 6 hour. So I'm gonna get going. So tomorrow.
Is that all?
So tonight is the night, though. I mean, I gotta do the show tonight.
Oh yeah.
At like whatever it is, 11. But we're gonna talk tonight on the show. We're gonna talk about Red Fox, and we're gonna talk about Richard Pryor. We're gonna talk about how they're funny, but they don't fucking tell jokes. They're funny because they tell stories about life, and you couldn't laugh at the stories that they tell about life and being black on the world today, because it's like absolutely ridiculous, man. And I'm gonna point it out tomorrow night, and people are gonna be laughing their ass off at those two comedians because they're tied directly into fucking Lenny Bruce, and don't take my words. The dude spent the rest of his life in prison for saying shit on the fucking stage. And so, in these modern days or whatever, I think it's important to bring that shit up. We did shows. I swear I shit you not, man. I mean, I'm not saying that it was because of my show, but when we were on TFR, we did shows on All in the Family and the Jeffersons. We played a bunch of shit, a bunch of scenes from a bunch of shows, and and this was like a 3-hour long tour, 3-hour show. We fucking laid all this shit out, and then I swear, I shit you not, it was like a year later, all of a sudden, they start redoing like fucking All in the Family with like, fucking what's his nuts, Woody Harrelson is Archie.
Right.
They got they're doing the Jeffersons again and all this. I mean, it's literally, it's like, you could not do those shows now. You wouldn't even be able to do Good Times with JJ. I mean, he's a comedian, Look at, what about Freddie Prinze? I don't know.
Looking good.
Exactly. Hit you in the nose with a rubber hose or whatever. Up your nose.
Up your nose
with a rubber hose.
Exactly. So
yeah.
We're about to go up our nose with a rubber hose. So let's get out of here. So it's a nice even 6 hours.
Right on, Jimmy.
So we're counting
Nice
down.
stream.
I'm counting down. Okay, I'll go. And then if you guys wouldn't mind staying on, let me just get out of here for a second, and then everybody can say goodbye in the chat, and then we'll head out. If you guys could just stick around.
Yeah, for sure.
Because I definitely want to talk to you both. Just stick around for a second.
Will do.
So let me see here. Even though it's not matching up on the clock, as far as what time it is. It's 1:39, but we're still going on 6 hours here in a second. So just stick around, you guys, and as soon as I get off YouTube, we'll come back. Here we go.